Good afternoon, everyone. The Sacramento City Council will please come to order. Would the clerk call the roll, please, to establish a quorum?
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan. Here. Councilmember Tao. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes. Here. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Here.
Vice Mayor Maple.
Here.
Councilmember Guerra.
Here.
Councilmember Jennings.
Here.
Councilmember Vang.
Here.
And Mayor Steinberg.
I am here. Good afternoon again. Councilmember Tao, would you please lead us in the land acknowledgement and the Pledge of Allegiance?
Please rise for the opening acknowledgments in honor of Sacramento's indigenous people and tribal lands. To the original people of this land, the Nisenan people, the Southern Maidu Valley and Plains Miwok, Putwin-Wintu peoples, and the peoples of Wilton Rancheria, Sacramento's only federally recognized tribe. May we acknowledge and honor the native people who came before us and still walk beside us today on these ancestral lands by choosing to gather today in the active practice of acknowledgement and appreciation for Sacramento's indigenous people's history, contributions, and lives. Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Councilmember Tao. Again, a very good afternoon. Sorry we're a few minutes late. We went a little late in the afternoon and then had a important closed session. We appreciate your patience. We want to begin tonight with a special presentation led by my colleagues, Councilmembers Guerra and Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes, and I'm happy to be a part of it as well, recognizing Hispanic Heritage Month. Please.
Thank you very much, Mayor. It's my pleasure to be here today and recognizing it's the Hispanic Heritage Month here at the city of Sacramento, a national holiday. A little bit of history here about how it was created. It first started in 1968 by between Lyndon Johnson and then at the time also the era of Richard Nixon, when many of Latinos, primarily many Mexican Americans who fought in the war, were coming back and were not being recognized for the work that they had done and the fight that they had done for their country. It later was enacted by Congress and Ronald Reagan as president into an actual week and then following month to expand it to what we have now today, which is a month celebration and focused around the independence days of many of the Latin American and Central American states. Obviously, we just celebrated yesterday Mexican Independence Day. And also in this first coming weeks, we have the Independence Day of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua. But I wanted to focus a little bit about, the independence of Mexico, which Sacramento, first started off, and it is the only place in the country where a local government raises or a state government entity raises the Mexican flag at Sutter's Fort. And what's important about that was that the independence of Mexico was the one of the first acts of abolishing slavery. And the reason why they pushed so hard to move away from the crown at the time, Father Hidalgo, Maria Morelos, and then later President Guerrero, all recognized both an indigenous, someone who had African descent, and someone who was a Creole, all recognized that the independence of and the humanity of individuals, and also, interestingly, for Maria Morelos from Michoacan, the fight for economic prosperity for every individual. So we celebrate this today and recognizing all the contributions that we have, even before, the 14th Amendment in the United States. This actually started the act of recognizing the individual humanity in Mexico. And today, to accept the resolution on behalf of all the contributions of our Latino Americanos here in the city of Sacramento, we have Kathy Rodriguez, President of the Hispanic Chamber. Let's give her a big round of applause. As well as our new guest, Consul General of Mexico, Cristian Tonatiuh Gonzalez. Give him a big round of applause. Also, Carlos Canadia. So with that, let me pass it over to my fellow paisana and Michoacana. And for those from Michoacan, La Puro Purepecha, our proud indigenous history in Michoacan. Maybe pass it over here to Councilmember Karina Telemantes.
Thank you, Eric. I'm Mexican American. I'm first generation, and my parents came here from Zacatecas, Mexico. And so they came here for opportunity, for the American dream. And every single day that I serve as council member, I'm reminded of what was possible for my parents, for my community, and what I represent as a Latina serving, with English as a second language, coming from a farm worker family, and just the struggles that my parents had to go through to get us here. And my story is like thousands and thousands and thousands of other stories across California and across our country. So Hispanic Heritage Month, like Eric said, is not just celebrating the Mexico's independence, but a lot of Central America. And it's celebrating our culture, our language, our history, our food, which is amazing, our music, our art, and just all the individuals that have talent in Sacramento that, Hispanic Chamber of Commerce highlights, our small businesses, Candia with our music, and just everybody that, Christian, that highlights our culture and does El Grito at the Capitol where they wave the Mexican flag from the Capitol steps. And let me tell you, it was a beautiful, beautiful, powerful moment that I got to witness this past Sunday. And it's the incredible people that do the work day in and day out that make this month even just more special. So this month, I invite you to celebrate our culture and to go try something new. And if you're looking for something to eat, to come to Northgate and come try our tacos and our pupusas and everything else, because I think we have better food than Franklin. Nah, just kidding. I'm just kidding. In the spirit, I'm just kidding. But in the spirit of unity, it's an honor to serve with my colleague, Councilmember Guerra. But it is an honor to serve with my Councilmember Guerra, and thank you so much.
I call for the elimination of all city council districts. One city. It's all great. All beautiful parts of the city. I love it. That was good. Let me.
Yes, go ahead.
No, so I love the spirit, and the back and forth, I think, is an acknowledgement. There's so many parts of our city that are rich in culture and the Hispanic heritage, and to me, this recognition tonight is about celebrating our great cultural diversity in our Hispanic community, but it's also about power. It is. It's about how these communities have taken their rightful place in the leadership of not only Sacramento, but our country over the course of long history and overcoming some significant discrimination. One of my favorite days of the last years was last week out with La Familia at the Opportunity Center. Another great expression of how the Hispanic community here is becoming the rightful force and insisting that people and neighbors and communities that have been too often left behind are seen and are uplifted and are celebrated. And that, to me, makes me so proud and happy about where Sacramento is headed. And Ambassador, we're so glad to have you here in Sacramento.
Thank you.
And you actually, you gave me my Spanish name here, as you know. Me llamo Alcalde Darío Steinberg.
Exactly.
That's so thank you for that. Thank you for all. Why don't we present this beautiful resolution? I don't usually read these because they're, they speak for themselves, but this is about pride. It's about culture. It's about celebration. It's about family. And it's about the rightful power that this community has in Sacramento. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I think we're going to bring up Kathy Rodriguez.
We're going to bring up Kathy Rodriguez. Come on up here. Come on.
And then after that, our Consul General. And
Our
then,
Consul General. But Kathy, you just have led so well for so long, and love it. that you're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm excited that you're so excited to give the resolution that you were ready to do it right now.
I'm ready to.
I know. Well, you guys, most of you know, my name is Kathy Rodriguez-Aguirre. I'm the president and CEO for the Sacramento Hispanic Chamber of Commerce. And I love Hispanic Heritage Month because, to quote my Shiro, which probably has never happened here in city council members, but J-Lo says, let's get loud. I love to talk about, we just had last week State of Hispanics, and people got to see across the stage the leadership that we have across our colleges. We have so many college presidents across our region, our elected officials across the region. We had 6 cities represented where we have elected officials of Latino descent. I had someone tell me 20 years ago that was unheard of. Now, it's completely possible. When my goddaughters look ahead, they're going to be able to see that they're able to sit where you're sitting right now. I think that's powerful. When we look at our businesses, they're growing. We just launched last week our vendor cart, rainbow cart pilot program. We had 15 businesses come who wanted to know, like, how do I get my license? How am I going to get compliant? What do I need to do? We've seen people go from vendor cart to brick and mortar to next building to owning their building. I had another business just buy their building 2 weeks ago. Every day, we're seeing the economic contributions of the Latino community. We're seeing the contributions in economics, we're seeing them in culture, we're seeing them in civic engagement. And so what I see here in Sacramento is us leading the way and being able in our growth that we see. So I'm very excited about that, and I hope that everyone here joins me when I say this is a time. As a community, we've often been told that we're really hardworking, we're resilient, keep our heads to the ground, but I want to change that. And like I said, it's time that we get loud. So that, I'm supposed to introduce the consul general to come up here, who I know for a fact agrees with me.
Thank you, Catherine. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, dear amigo, Mayor Darrell Steinberg, my dear amigas, amigos, council members, concejales de distrito, y a todos y todas ustedes, los que no conozcan, mucho gusto, y a los que sí, un abrazo. This is a very important occasion for us as Mexican, as Latino. I really believe the importance of visibility, the importance of pride, right? I'm a proud also member of the LGBTQ plus community, and that as a vulnerable part of a vulnerable group, or part of a minority group, I really have understand the power of what visibility means. And as a Latino, as a Mexican, I know that considering that there's 12 million Mexicans living just in California, and 15 million of Latinos in general from all parts of Central America and South America, we are not a minority anymore. We are part of this big community and this beautiful sanctuary state, California, and this sanctuary city, Sacramento. And in this regard, we appreciate the work that you do, the work that not just Latino leaders, some other leaders that not necessarily are Latino, they're allies to our community, and we're thankful for that. And we want to recognize as well that, and we need more allies, because this is a moment of unity. There's coming a lot of hate speech against migrants. There will coming a lot of anti-migrant narratives. And this is the moment to show that we are a community, that we are familia, that we are together, that we demand more respect, that we demand tolerance, that we demand visibility. Right now, Mexico will have the first female president, not just in Mexico, in the region of North America, Mexico, Canada, and the United States. And we need more women leaders. We need more Latino leaders. We need more LGBTQ plus leaders, because it's about visibility. It's about representation. And in this regard, this month we celebrate this Hispanic Heritage Month with 3 M's. M of migrants, because we are more than 50 million people living here in this state of California, and almost 400,000 of Latinos living just in Sacramento. We celebrate with M of minorities. Women, LGBTQ, indigenous peoples, persons with disabilities. We demand as minorities that we need more visibility and the equitable of human rights and civil rights. And of course, of Mexico, because as a proud Mexican, we really believe in the importance of our cooperation and the bilateral friendship that Mexico, California, Mexico, Sacramento, we have. And in this regard, again, on behalf of the government of Mexico, on behalf of the Consulate of Mexico that we live in the Natomas area, and thank you very much, Lisa Kaplan, and all the council members that we have received your help in many ways. Thank you so much. We celebrate this month in a very special occasion. And in this regard, if you help me, my dear friends, Viva Sacramento! Viva! Viva Latinos, Latinas, Chicanos y Chicanas! Viva! Just say Viva! And Viva Mexico! Viva! Thank you so much. Gracias.
I think that, oh, please. Yes.
I promise you, I'm the best part. I'm kidding. Hello, everybody. My name is Carlos Candia. I'm from Colombia. I'm a proud dad, a proud father of Salome Candia. Actually, the voice of Cocomelon, the Nina's Familia, is the first Spanish character on Cocomelon. I'm very proud of that. Also, the founder of Candia Entertainment, one of the entertainment Latino companies in the city. I'm proudly honored to be recognized as a Latino change maker here in Sacramento. This recognition holds immense significance for me, and it reflects a decade of dedication to empowering of our Latino community through the transformation power of music and entertainment. Also, my English is not very good looking. I'm doing my best. Over the past 10 years, my wife and I, through Candia Entertainment, have worked tirelessly to create spaces that unite community, fostering vibrant, healthy environments through Latino culture and entertainment. We have witnessed the remarkable growth of our community, and it fills us with pride. As a performing artist teacher, I've seen firsthand the impact that arts education can have on young lives. With our new nonprofit Candia World Beat, we are committed to expanding performing arts programs in school districts, nurturing local talent, and promoting cultural enrichment. I'm excited to continue collaborating with the city, and I'm deeply grateful for the ongoing support that makes our work possible, being a part of this community and contributing to its growth, and it's a true honor. Thank you, everybody, for the recognition, for recognizing our effort and supporting our vision that brings us all together. Thank you very much. And now, you can cue this song.
Gonna do a song. Pero la chona me salió a bailarla. No sabía de dónde era, pero ya quería invitarla. De Venezuela, yo no sé si será. Guadalajara, yo no sé si será. Cigarrona, aguardiente y metal. Esta banda urbana pa' que baile. Mueve tus caderas, no importa de dónde sea. El poder de tu bandera, mueve tus caderas. Yo quiero ver tu ritmo. Yo sé que tú eres latina. Mueve tus caderas, no importa de dónde sea. Pero baila morena, mueve tus caderas. Yo quiero ver tu ritmo. I want to love contigo. Now a song that we did for the Sacramento Kings as a Latino. I really hope you like it. We're gonna say, like that beat. Let's go Sacramento. Like that beat. The roar of the Kings. Like that beat. Let's go Sacramento. Like that beat. The roar of the Kings. Yes, we are the Kings. You know what? Are you gonna sing with me? Like please, everybody, let's go Sacramento. Like that beat, the roar of the King. Like that beat, let's go Sacramento. Like that beat, the roar of the King. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you, thank you.
Mayor Protem. Tell her to take her badge.
I could send it to you.
And Mayor, while you get to your desk, I'll give two quotes of Father Miguel Hidalgo that led the independence. Though I'll do one in English and one in Spanish. I'll do the one in Spanish one because it's easy to understand. And that's Viva la Independencia and Viva la America. And the second one, which I think would be appropriate for now, is action must be taken at once, so there's no time to be lost.
Quote to live by. Yes. Mayor, just a quick.
I think we've got something maybe a little off agenda. You got a point of privilege, don't you,
I
Councilmember
would
Kaplan?
like a point of privilege because this is a great night for celebrating.
I think we should give
but
you that point of
it might be a
privilege.
surprise celebration.
Okay.
So I would like to recognize Ryan Moore for being awarded the American Public Works Association Public Top 10 Leader of the Year Award. And I just want to say this is its 65th year, and this award is one of the American Public Works Association's highest honors and is based on a lifetime of professional excellence, and recipients of the awards are chosen by the past top 10 recipients and embody professionalism, expertise, personal dedication to improving the quality of life in their communities through the advancement of public works services and technology. He got this award last week. He did not know I was doing this, and that's why you were sitting in the city manager's chair today, because we wanted to award you.
Councilmember Kaplan, City Manager.
Before you go, Ryan, I should note that this is not the American Public Works Association Sacramento. This is national. It's top 10 across the country. And over and above the accolades that Councilmember Kaplan just lavished on him, most importantly, his staff really respect him. They think he's just a phenomenal leader for our city. We're so lucky to have you, Ryan. You got to take it all in. I'm going to record this. Oh, it is being recorded. Send it to your wife, and it's a nice surprise. But thank you, Councilmember Kaplan. Appreciate you doing that.
And he didn't realize we stole this from his office.
He did not. He did not.
Speech, please.
Unfortunately, due to the budget crisis we're in, we had to fire our speechwriter, so I'm a little unprepared. Thank you so much for the recognition, Councilmember Kaplan and everybody else. But I'll say the same thing that I've been saying about this. It's really a team act, and everything I've done in my career, I've done with the support of the public works community around me, both here at the city and around the community. It's been a great ride. I've enjoyed working with this team for almost 20 years now. So I'm humbled by the opportunity every day that I get to work with this fantastic group of people. They show their worth on easy days and hard days alike, whether it's traffic safety issues or trees falling in storms or buying new electric vehicles. They're experts at everything, and it's been my just great pleasure to get to work with them. So, and you all, thank you guys very much. I'm going to lock my door now.
And is there
National
anyone in the
recognition
audience?
is a big deal. National recognition is a huge
Ryan, is there
thing.
anyone in the audience that you'd like to acknowledge?
I do. I see a few sneaky interlopers. My family's there. My wife, my kids. Thank you for coming down.
Wow. Proud of your father here. Yeah. I mean, just to say, national recognition is something really special, and it not only speaks so well of you, Ryan, as a leader, it speaks well for the city of Sacramento and you, Mr. City Manager, so thank you. This is something to really celebrate. Thank you, Councilmember Kaplan.
Yes, thank you all.
Yeah, appreciate it.
No one can figure out what you
Good job.
Howard's like, leave the cookies.
You're not-
Leave the cookies.
Leave the cookies. You got it? Wow. Great job. Okay, what a great way to start our evening. We also have a lot of business tonight, and important decisions to make on a couple of key policy issues. So let's get right to it. Let's begin with the consent calendar. Are there any items that members would like discussed separately or voted on separately? Councilman Guerra?
Mayor, I'd like to discuss item number 2, just a comment.
Comment. Okay. Very good. Anybody else? No. Do we have public testimony?
I have no speakers on the consent calendar.
No speakers. Take a motion, please. Moved and seconded. Councilmember Kaplan and Valenzuela. Councilman Guerra on item 2.
Very briefly, we talked about this last time with the Volunteers of America, but this is the next allocation of the anti-displacement program as part of the Aggie Square settlement. Again, I wanted to thank everyone involved, particularly all the working families of AFSCME who work at the UC Davis campus who helped negotiate this, and Mayor Steinberg who helped with AFSCME at that final negotiation to get this direct resources to help anti-displacement. With that, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I support the item.
Thank you so much. You too. It's can't stop talking enough about this as a model for our city. Thank you. Good. All in favor of the consent calendar, please say aye. 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 Opposed, abstain. The ayes have it. We now move right to the public hearings, of which we have 3 tonight. Let's begin with the Delta Shores measure, the East Phase development. Who is presenting on this one? Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I don't have a song prepared, but I do bring housing and Delta Shores. All right, so my name is Angel Anguiano, your associate planner with the Community Development Department. Before you today is a request to amend and augment the Delta Shores Plan Unit Development originally approved in 2009 by the Sacramento City Council. The requested changes include an amendment to the Delta Shores Development Agreement, a rezone, updates to the Delta Shores PUD guidelines and schematic plan, and a large lot tentative map to subdivide approximately 30.52 acres into 3 lots to facilitate future parcels for residential development, a community park, and a sewer lift station, and site plan and design review of the tentative map. On August 8th, 2024, the Planning and Design Commission voted to forward a motion to the Sacramento City Council to approve the proposed project. Staff is recommending approval of the proposed application based on the findings of fact and subject to the attached conditions of approval. The proposed amendments and adoption of the large lot tentative map are consistent with the general plan and will facilitate a mix of residential housing options while also encouraging walking and biking. This concludes my presentation. Staff is available to answer any questions, and the applicant is also here to make a brief statement. Thank you.
We'll hear from the applicant, and then we'll hear from The members, the public and the members, excuse me. No speakers. Mr. Thatch.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the City Council, Gregory Thatch, and it's my privilege to be here in front of you tonight, once again representing Merlone Geyer and M&H Realty Partners, the master developers for Delta Shores. As staff has indicated, by the way, I should introduce Baron Karenite, who's in the audience and a great client to work with on this project. This was approved in 2009, and much has been accomplished since 2009. An interchange has been built, the extension of Consumnes River Boulevard, significant infrastructure with millions of dollars in the ground, construction of over 1 million square feet of retail in a regional shopping center, and home building is finally well underway. We have before you tonight a series of kind of a smorgasbord of items that are just cleanup items. The test of time, the experience, and the market dictate that certain changes be made. None of these are major in character. Mayor, I will spare you the detail of each one of those. Unless there are questions, I would encourage you to adopt this matter and allow this project to continue to move forward.
Okay, we don't have any public testimony. We're going to then turn it over to the members. Who wants to go first? Councilmember Vang and then Jennings.
Thanks,
Go right
Mayor.
in.
And I'll open this public hearing as well. Do we close it after we say something? Or open
Yeah,
and
you
close?
can open and close it.
Okay, I'll open and close and just make a few comments. Really just want to take this moment to thank the previous council members that have represented this area. Councilmember Coach Jennings, who have been helping to move this project along. But now it is officially in District 8, but really just want to take time to thank city staff, Mr. Thatch, and Merlone as well for all the great work that they've been doing to really develop the Delta Shores area. I had a moment to also speak with them as well, and just really excited for all the development that's happening in South Sacramento. And so just really want to say thank you for working closely with staff and addressing any of the concerns that my office had. And that's pretty much it, but we're excited to get this project started. So with that, I'll hand it over to Coach Jennings.
Coach?
Okay, so for opening and closing the public hearing, if that requires a second, I'll second that. But we are in complete agreement as far as the things that need to be cleaned up. Mr. Greg Thatch has done an incredible job of giving us a great update and keeping us aligned with everything that's going on there. And I just want to let the public know that half of my money goes to Delta Shores every single month. It's an incredible opportunity. If you haven't been there, we encourage you to go visit. And all the things that are small in nature that we needed to change are going to continue to allow Delta Shores to be big as far as retail and as far as residential home ownership. And so I encourage you to come on out and take a look. We have a wonderful theater. We have great eating places. We have wonderful retail. It's just an incredible place. So I want you to come on out and do some shopping in Delta Shores. So thank you very much, Mr. Thatch.
Sure is a great place.
Yeah.
Something to do for everybody and everything. Councilman Guerra?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I just wanted to recognize and thank again Mr. Thatch and his client for looking at this project since 2009 and how it's evolved and the recent changes. Also, take a look at what our current needs are and the fact that they've looked at how there is a better way to get more units. And yes, there are some your traditional single-family homes, but the fact that they looked at how they can best maximize the mixed, the multifamily housing units at different sizes and levels, and increasing the overall number of units, and that I think is, commendable. And also walking through very litigiously with me all of the different bike paths that are going to be in there, and the number of Class 1 paved bike paths, so that it also links in with the Del Rio Trail. That is a significant investment for the city of Sacramento. So even though I-5 separates a big chunk of this, there's a clear connection to a number of the trails in that connection network. So with that, glad to support this item. Great project. Thank you.
A motion and a second. The public hearing has been open and closed. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. No and abstain. It passes unanimously. Thank you as well to the city planning staff. Great job, everybody. When it's this short, it means you've done a pretty good job here. So. All right, this one might take a little bit longer. Item 14.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I am Nguyen, Long Range Planning. After 3 years of outreach and collaborative work with the community, staff is pleased to present to you the Missing Middle Housing Interim Ordinance. Regardless of the outcome tonight, this is a big night. With Council's adoption of this evening, the City of Sacramento will be the first in California to allow missing middle housing in all neighborhoods, and will have arguably the most permissive housing policy in the nation. I'll start with a few slides to provide a recap of the effort, then cover the main components of the ordinance, the recommendations from the Planning and Design Commission and from staff respectively, and then I'll wrap up with next steps. As one of the general plan's key city policies adopted earlier this year, the missing middle housing strategy has been the subject of an intensive 3-year study. This study identified zoning changes needed for the city to thoughtfully allow a greater array of housing types in our traditional single-unit neighborhoods as shown on this map. Over the course of the last few years, residents have expressed their priorities, including ensuring feasibility for builders and attainability for residents, making sure to leave enough outdoor space for shade trees and the enjoyment of new residents, and ensuring compatibility with the size and scale of our existing neighborhoods. The development of this ordinance was shaped by the collective voices of community members over the last few years, and it strives to find a balance among these competing priorities. Last November, City Council directed staff to revise the proposed general plan to ensure that a maximum floor area ratio, or FAR for short, of at least 2 is allowed in areas within a half-mile walking distance of high-quality transit. The City Council also directed staff to proceed with an approach that regulates the building form through floor area ratio and development standards found in the Planning and Development Code, or Title 17, including setback, height, and bulk control requirements. Both directives from Council are reflected in the recently adopted 2040 General Plan and the interim ordinance before you today. This uncodified ordinance will allow by right neighborhood-scale duplex and multi-unit dwellings, as well as small lot development in the R1, R1A, R1B, and R2 zones, the city's single unit and duplex dwelling zones. Other zones commonly found along corridors and city centers already allow higher intensity housing by right, including many of the multi-unit dwelling, mixed use, and commercial zones. Back in May, staff shared a draft ordinance framework outlining the various components, addressing key community priorities. Staff received feedback that the built form standards, particularly setback, lot coverage, and bulk control, were potentially limiting the economic feasibility of larger missing middle housing projects of 6 or more units, especially on smaller lots. Based on this input and further analysis, several revisions were made to the framework and shared with the community in June. Most of these revisions, highlighted in the red text, focus specifically on sites within a half-mile walking distance of transit where the general plan allows for increased development intensity, indicated by a maximum FAR of 2 or more. Staff believes that these revisions adequately resolve concerns related to economic feasibility consistent with the study's feasibility analysis. Most of the provisions have not changed from the May framework, so in an effort to keep the presentation concise, I will focus on what did change within the 3 components of this ordinance. Starting with built form, this component is intended to ensure a human-scale design that's compatible with the neighborhood context. Housing types larger in size are currently allowed in the city's multi-unit dwelling, commercial, and mixed-use zones, which are often found near the urban core and along commercial corridors. As shown in yellow text, since May, lot coverage has been removed from the ordinance, increasing flexibility and significantly reducing complexity. Additionally, the setback and bulk control standards have been relaxed in areas where the general plan allows a maximum FAR of 2, which indicates proximity to transit. Relaxing these 2 standards were intended to allow more variety of housing types, such as 6-plexes or 8-plexes near transit. Under the 2040 General Plan, FAR has replaced maximum density limits. as the standard used to regulate development intensity. As a ratio or percentage, FAR is an effective tool to regulate the total building square footage that is allowed, proportional to the size of the lot. To clarify, it is not a tool that regulates the form or appearance of a building. FAR is further restricted by the sliding FAR scale, which limits how big a single unit dwelling can be and grants increments of additional floor area as more units are proposed on the site. This is a tool that will incentivize the construction of more units. The existing height limit of 35 feet will continue to apply. The key revision to highlight here is the removal of lot coverage, which has been replaced by setback and open space requirements designed to work together to ensure that adequate outdoor space for people and trees are provided on site. This slide shows the required setbacks in FAR of 1 areas, which covers the majority of the city's neighborhoods. These requirements remain unchanged from the previous framework. The key thing I'd like to highlight here is that the proposed setback requirements in areas of FAR of 1 have been more or less carried over from existing code requirements, with the exception of the allowed building projection in the front and street side setbacks, which allows the building to project into the street-facing setbacks if a front porch meeting the city's criteria is provided. This slide highlights the reductions that were made to the setback requirements in FAR 2 areas to allow more buildable area near transit. The street side setback has been reduced to 5 feet from 12.5 feet. The rear setback has been reduced to 10 feet from 15 feet. And the front setback can now be 12.5 feet or less if adjacent buildings have established a shorter front setback. These revisions were made to permit a larger building footprint, which is the approach taken by staff to address concerns around bulk control limitations. In other words, the ordinance allows the building footprint to spread out horizontally rather than go up vertically, but still provides the same additional square footage that would help make these projects economically feasible. So bulk control will be the focus of the next few slides. As originally proposed, the bulk control standards are intended to comfortably allow 2 stories of vertical wall. The goal of bulk control is to help reduce building volume on the 3rd story of the structure, which helps to ensure a neighborhood scale and avoids conflict with adjacent properties around access to air, privacy, and sunlight, whether it's for a bedroom window or for solar panels on a neighboring roof. In simple terms, the idea is the higher up a building goes, the more building volume needs to be pushed back away from neighboring properties. Bulk control helps achieve context-sensitive infill design as the city begins to allow multi-unit dwellings in all neighborhoods. In response to recent feedback concerning economic feasibility, staff relaxed the length restriction for dormers and extensions in FAR 2 areas to provide more usable square footage on the 3rd floor. I'd also like to note that bulk control would not be required unless there are existing single-unit or duplex dwellings next door. Additionally, the multi-unit dwelling, mixed-use, and commercial zones commonly found along the city's corridors and centers already allow higher intensity housing that is larger in scale and are not subject to bulk control. Here's a visual illustration of the setback, FAR, height, and bulk control standards working together as they are designed to do to ensure the appropriate scale in every missing middle housing project that the city reviews. This illustration shows 6 units, a 4-plex plus 2 accessory dwelling units on a lot in Land Park. For those of us who are visual learners, we've selected a real vacant property in the city located within a traditional single-family neighborhood, and it's about 6,500 square feet, to illustrate what a 2.5-story building could look like in the pocket neighborhood. Even with bulk control, our analysis shows that on this parcel, the ordinance would allow up to 1.4 FAR and could fit up to 11 units, each about 820 square foot in size. Note that the height at the ridge of the roof is the full 35 feet that is allowed, but because sloped roofs and dormers are used, potential impacts on the adjacent properties are minimized by keeping the structure neighborhood scale. Here's the same property without bulk control restrictions, showing a 1.5 FAR structure that could accommodate 12 units, each about 800 square foot each. What is being shown is essentially a 3-story commercial building, which staff does not consider to be neighborhood scale. The walls shown in this model are 35 feet high and essentially maxes out what is allowed by the ordinance with bulk control removed. Also important to note, that with state housing laws, the city is now limited in the types of controls that could be used to ensure neighborhood scale. Subjective design guidelines are no longer an option, and the state has been clear that only objective standards such as height, FAR, and bow control can be used. If bow control is removed, the city will lose one of the final remaining objective standards that could be used to ensure neighborhood scale. Acknowledging that Sacramento would be the first city in California to implement this bold policy, staff is bringing forward an interim ordinance that will provide a chance for the city to assess the ordinance's effectiveness and how it will be used. As an interim ordinance, the city has the opportunity to modify and enhance based on lessons learned over the next year as staff continues work on the comprehensive update to Title 17 for general plan consistency. I'll now briefly cover the next component of the ordinance, which relates to trees and open space. As the city of trees, naturally many residents expressed interest in maintaining existing trees and incentivizing the planting of new shade trees. This ordinance will be the first to require the planting of a street shading tree at this scale of residential development, signifying a big first step toward the city's tree canopy goals. Additionally, setback encroachments will be allowed by right if doing so helps to preserve an existing mature tree or provide additional room to accommodate larger shade trees. For brevity, I will focus on what has changed from the previous framework related to open space. The takeaway here is that the requirement has been reduced from 125 to 75 square feet per unit in FAR of 2 areas, which further addresses concerns related to economic feasibility. Additionally, open space would be allowed to overlap with the setback areas as long as tree shading is provided and design criteria met, including a larger minimum dimension, which would expand the number of tree species that could be supported. Key provisions to address the affordability and equity piece include encouraging smaller homes and small lots by reducing the minimum lot size, which can help to provide more entry-level home ownership opportunities. The ordinance also includes restrictions to protect vulnerable residents and preserve existing low-cost housing stock by establishing findings of fact to ensure that the project doesn't result in less units than what is existing or in the demolition of regulated affordable units or units that were occupied by tenants within the last year. The sliding FAR scale helps to encourage smaller, more attainable by design units by granting additional building area for every unit proposed, and also by limiting how big a new single-unit dwelling can be. While more supply of market rate housing will bring many households closer to attainable housing, it alone is not the solution. Staff acknowledges that there is a racial wealth gap and that missing middle housing will be less attainable to Black and brown households. Additional incentives or subsidies for regulated affordable housing are needed to make missing middle attainable for all racial and ethnic groups. With the City Council's adoption tonight, the ordinance will become effective on October 17th, and the city can begin accepting applications for neighborhood-scale multi-unit development. To continue implementation of the 2040 General Plan, staff will be undertaking a more comprehensive update to Title 17 to implement several other general plan policies, such as removing maximum densities from all zoning districts, and this interim ordinance will be folded into a larger effort, which is anticipated to be completed by the end of 2025. Staff will also evaluate several potential longer-term strategies identified by the study as discussed in the staff report. I would like to elaborate on one strategy in particular, the local bonus program. If this ordinance is adopted as proposed, staff plans on exploring different options that could serve as a meaningful bonus or incentive that could help to build deed-restricted affordable units for projects with 2, 3, or 4 primary dwellings, including concessions related to height, FAR, and bulk control. The state's density law, bonus law, currently provides incentives if an affordable dwelling unit is provided for projects of 5 or more primary dwelling units. And our standards can be waived or reduced based off of that density bonus agreement. We're getting near the end here. So on August 8th, staff presented this interim ordinance to the Planning and Design Commission. Concerned about the impacts of bulk control on the economic feasibility of larger missing middle housing projects, the commission recommended a revision to the ordinance so that the bulk control standard would not apply to sites designated with the maximum FAR of 2 or greater. On August 20th, the Law and Legislation Committee passed a motion forwarding the interim ordinance as proposed by staff without the Planning and Design Commission's suggested revision to the City Council for consideration. Staff is recommending that the City Council pass a motion adopting the Resolution of Environmental Determination and the Missing Middle Housing Interim Ordinance. And with that, I am joined by Matt Hurdle, Assistant Director of the Community Development Department, and Bruce Monaghan, Urban Design Manager, to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
One clarity question. This is, and I think you said this, but I want to put a fine point on it. This is an interim ordinance, correct?
That's correct.
And the intent would be for the city council, whatever this city council does, to come back and you say 17 months to revisit this?
12 months.
12 months, okay.
Give or take.
After the state Title 7.
Yeah, it will align with the city's effort right now to update Title 17, which is a much larger, much more comprehensive update. And
Okay,
so this
I
will
just wanted to be clear about the context of what it is we're being asked to decide tonight, that it's interim, chance for trial and error, so to speak, and see whatever we do works. The other comment that I just want to make, just as a stage setter, is that while I know that the controversy tonight, as I understand it, is about the issue of bulk control, legitimate issue, no matter how it turns out, I don't want us to lose sight of the fact that this overall policy is profound and profoundly positive for the city of Sacramento. So there's some things that have to be worked out and decided, not only tonight, but as you said, over 12 months from now. But let's not lose sight of how big this is, how much work went into this from the staff, from the electeds, from the community, and how this sets Sacramento apart from so many other cities in the country in terms of encouraging more housing and innovative types of housing in traditionally single-family neighborhoods. It's fantastic, okay? Good. We have 26 speakers. That's not a lot, by the way. So why don't we take the public testimony, and then we'll have a discussion about these issues. All right, thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to read off a few names. Our first is Steve Hansen, Thomas Nguyen, Connor Finney, Dalv Caden, Max Cassell. Mr. Hansen.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I guess the early bird does get the worm. I turn in the first slip. I have something for the overhead, and then I've got some copies for the council.
We can take the copies, but the overhead is not available.
Okay. Well, I'll explain it. It's a pleasure to be here for a lot of reasons, but you have done incredible work on making Sacramento the most pro-housing city in California, building on the work of prior councils. And I want to thank the staff, Matt, Tom, Greg, Bruce, everyone who worked on this, because this is an incredible step forward. I am here, though, because, as you know, a lot of people here are concerned about one piece of this, which is bulk control. And I come for a particular reason, having worked a little bit on ADUs, SB 9 projects, alley infill. What I distributed was an example of bulk control applied. And these concepts sometimes in practice are very different than what they sound like theoretically. So here is a real-world example, SB 9 project, where there was a street-facing lot. And originally the design was proposed to be a really lovely infill house, 2 units, 2 800 square feet units, which state allows. But once you put the envelope over it, it was like a really tight fitting pair of underwear, and it didn't work. So I know, I'm trying to get your attention because it's otherwise really boring. Yes. And so what happened is that in order to make it fit, you had to turn the building and you had to make it less desirable for the community. And bulk control is a relatively rigid standard. And so what I would suggest, I know this is an interim ordinance, as you continue to look forward, try to find ways to change how bulk control is applied. So this tent, as they talk about it, is basically a traditional roof. My house in Alkali Flat has a pyramid-shaped roof, not 2 slopes. Some of our old historic buildings have flat roofs as well. So
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete.
Thank you. This particular standard needs more attention.
More attention.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Steve. Thank you, Councilman Hanson.
Underwear.
Thomas Nguyen.
Good evening. I'd like to pass one thing around as the projector is not available.
Okay, please give it to the clerk. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Thomas, and I live in the Mill in Upper Land Park. Tonight, I want to make 2 points. First, I want to show you a photo of my home. My wife and I own 1/2 of a 3-story condo duplex in the Mill at Upper Land Park. It costs about half as much as an equivalent 2-bedroom single-family home would cost elsewhere in Land Park. Half as expensive. But as you can clearly notice, our home would not be legal with bulk control. Because it is a simple 3-story form, you cannot build duplexes like mine with bulk control. This was by far the best option for us to be able to own a home in a vibrant part of Sacramento, where we can walk, take transit, and rarely get in a car, all on state worker salaries. So I ask tonight, please don't make our home illegal anywhere in the city, and please preserve this same chance at home ownership for other people like me in other parts of the city. And secondly, on the sheet that I just passed around, I want to talk about the trees issue, because I think a lot of people assume that bulk control helps protect trees, but it's actually the opposite. Because bulk control encourages you to build only 2 stories and maximize lot coverage, as Nguyen mentioned, that doesn't leave a lot of room for trees, as in the first picture that I passed around. But the second level encourages more development higher, leaving more space for trees. So if you make it easier to build 3 stories because of how FAR works, on any given lot, that means you can use less of the lot for the structure, which means there's more room for trees. Ironically, making it easier to build up to three stories instead of incentivizing sticking with 2 is, in my view, one of the best ways to protect and preserve our tree canopy. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Connor Finney, then Deb Caden.
Hello, everybody. Just want to thank council and staff. This was a lot of hard work, and we all really appreciate it. I just want to list off all of the groups in support of removing bulk control in the city of Sacramento. Alkali and Mansion Flats Historic Neighborhood Association, Assembly Member Kevin McCarty, Build Casa, Downtown Sacramento Partnership, Environmental Council of Sacramento, Environmental Democrats of Sacramento County, Habitat for Humanity of Greater Sacramento, House Sacramento, Midtown Association, a Midtown Neighborhood Association, Newton Booth Neighborhood Association, North State Building Industry Association, Oak Park Neighborhood Association, Sacramento Area Bicycle Advocates, Sacramento Asian Pacific Chamber of Commerce, Sacramento County Young Democrats, Sacramento Housing Alliance, Sacramento Metropolitan Chamber of Commerce, Strong Sacktown. Of the groups opposed, there are a handful of, I think, 2 neighborhood associations that have written in opposition. I would suggest you look at the neighborhoods that wanted the removal of bulk control and the neighborhoods that want to maintain it and increase setbacks, and just think about the demographics of these neighborhoods and draw your own conclusions. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Deb Caden, Max Cassell, then Paul Menard.
Good evening. My name is Dov Caden. I'm on the City Planning and Design Commission. Our commission, as noted, made a 7-1 recommendation to remove bulk control requirements within the FAR 2.0 areas. Less than a year ago, as part of the general plan, we were considering a proposal to cap missing middle at 4 units across most of the city. Then, thanks to your leadership, City Council took a historic and unanimous vote to remove those 4-unit caps citywide and to increase the maximum floor area ratio around transit. The entire point of doing that policy change and removing that cap was to facilitate more affordable missing middle types like 6 and 8 plexes. And that was a really impactful policy change. The city's own missing middle capacity analysis that they conducted right after that vote demonstrated that 3/4 of the market feasible missing middle in this city were 8 plexes. And they would actually be affordable to the median Sacramento household. That means that if we enact policy that precludes an 8-plex, we are essentially saying we're throwing away 3/4 of the impact of that historic vote that you made last year. Here's the problem. You need a simple 3-story structure to deliver more than a 4-plex. You might get a one-off boutique 6-plex with gables here and there, but we are never going to deliver more naturally affordable missing middle projects at scale without allowing for a simple 3-story building. And simply put, the bulk control requirements that are before you do not allow for that. They are unit caps under a different name. I'm proud to live in this city that says yes to new housing. I was proud when you took that unanimous vote last year to say yes to more than a 4-plex. We've been praised nationally for that action. Now is not the time to get cold feet because a couple of white and wealthy neighborhoods have said protect the status quo. Well, the status quo is not really working for the vast majority of people in this city. That is the point, right? So let's change that tonight and remove bulk control from the ordinance so that we can actually live up to our stated goal of being a housing leader in this nation. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Max Cassell, Paul Menard, Tricia Stevens, and feel free to line up in the aisle.
Good afternoon. My name is Max Cassell. I just wanted to comment on one aspect of the bulk control portion of the missing middle housing ordinance. The proposed ordinance in justification of bulk control says the purpose of restricting building dimensions is to help maintain the neighborhood scale. But we know that human scale building and dense housing are not mutually exclusive. And indeed, several of the beautiful building designs featured on your website, Mayor Steinberg, would not be allowed under this regulation, as would several of the well-loved building designs in Midtown, like the 6-plexes on G Street, that would go outside of this envelope. And plenty of eyesore buildings would be acceptable under this regulation, like the place I rent, a unit in a subdivided house with a big slanted roof covered in missing shingles and decayed bits of wood. I don't live in my house because because it fits the neighborhood character. I live here because the high-quality, dense housing I want to live in cannot be built. And my concern is that if our missing middle policy continues to intentionally prevent the development of 3-story buildings, the housing I want to live in will continue to be unaffordable on my scientist salary or unavailable altogether. As a young professional, I do want to live in a neighborhood. But the way to preserve a neighborhood scale of life is not to enforce arbitrary aesthetic choices and specific roof shapes. It's to enable the creation of homes for people and families. And for this reason, the bulk restrictions in Section 10 of the Missing Middle Housing Ordinance should be removed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Paul Menard, Tricia Stevens, Chris Valencia.
Good evening, Mayor Steinberg and council members. I'm Paul Menard. I'm here representing the local chapter of the American Institute of Architects. I'm the chair of our Housing Task Force. Our letter is in the e-comment, and I sent a copy of it to each one of you as well. So we're supporting the staff recommendation. We believe that bulk control needs to be part of what we're doing here to maintain neighborhood trust. And again, I want to mirror what Mayor Steinberg said earlier, that really no matter what happens here tonight, this city has come a long way, and this is an amazing housing policy that we have. And I want to thank Nguyen and Matt and Bruce for the excellent staff work. I've been following this for a long time. And again, we, in addition to this type of missing middle housing, we hope that eventually we can create some financial incentives to create denser housing in all the existing aging, obsolete commercial corridors that we have in the city and the county, and also to create some financial incentives for converting office to housing. So thank you all. I'm happy to be here tonight. And again, we are in favor of the staff recommendation, and we think that the bulk control needs to be maintained for now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tricia Stevens, Chris Valencia, and Matt Anderson.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. I'm Tricia Stevens. I'm the
president of the East Sacramento Community Association. And our neighborhood association is proud to have been long supporters of missing middle housing. We think that's important for you to understand that we've supported this from the very beginning, and we overall support the interim ordinance. We have two simple recommendations that we believe are strongly supported by general plan policies related to neighborhood scale and enhancing our tree canopy needs. First, we urge the council to maintain the bulk control in the 2.0 FAR areas as recommended by staff, by the Law and Ledge Committee, by the American Institute of Architects, as well as many others, and as supported by the feasibility studies. We feel that three-story box structures impact sunlight and open space as articulated by staff. The second thing is we urge you to modify the front setback in the 2.0 areas to maintain the average setback of existing homes so that large canopy trees can be planted to keep neighborhoods walkable and to maintain neighborhood scale. That's our first preference. We do understand the need for robust housing near transit lines, so we're willing to entertain compromise to allow some more flexibility that would still maintain a large canopy tree. I have one example of a missing middle type of structure in East Sacramento that has some bulk control and setbacks. We think it's feasible. And so I didn't know this wasn't working, so I'll just show you here. Okay. Again, we support missing middle housing and urge you to
Thank you for your
support
comments. Your
the
time
general
is
plan and our
complete.
recommendations.
Thank you for your comments. Chris Valencia, Matt Anderson, Daniel Potowski.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Chris Valencia, and I am speaking on behalf of the North State Building Industry Association. I'm going to keep this very short. Just reiterate what a lot of people have said. We are absolutely supportive of what the City of Sacramento has been doing on housing to make housing more available, something we need. However, we are opposed to the inclusion of bulk control in the proposal. Thank you.
Why?
Sorry?
I just want to know why. It'd be helpful to know why.
It can create some complications in code and possibly keep smaller developers from being able to enter the space. And I would be happy to follow up with your staff.
No. It's important. I just wanted to know the reason for your position. Not critical, not nothing. I just wanted to understand why.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Matt Anderson, Daniel Potowski, then Rosie Ramos.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. Matt Anderson, District 4. Also keep it brief. Had a great paragraph prepared, but honestly, I think the mayor laid the groundwork. This is interim. We've got 12 months. Why don't we just try it? If the sky falls, you can take it back. And if it doesn't fall, we'll just keep bulk control removed. That would be my recommendation. So thank you to staff and all of your work on doing all of this housing and enabling all the ways to live in Sacramento, and I look forward to hopefully passing this ordinance. Thank you.
For your comments, Daniel Potowski, Rosie Ramos.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members, City Manager, City Clerk Dan Piskowski. I'm here tonight on behalf of Trees for Sacramento. Trees for Sacramento is a nonprofit working toward the preservation, protection, and enhancement of Sacramento's urban forest. We support the interim amendments, but we have some other amendments we want to include it to ensure that we increase the tree canopy, and that was all emailed to you. Now, the question we should all be asking ourselves is, what good is additional housing if we have an unlivable environment? American Lung Association, in their State of the Air report, this is the most polluted cities in the United States. Ozone, Sacramento, number 7. Year-round particle pollution, number 7. Short-term particle pollution, number 9. The city's tree ordinance does not protect trees. Developers are allowed to clear-cut the site. Urban forestry has even taken it to the next level by approving removal of trees on the adjacent sites to maximize density. Now, the climate action adaptation plan is flawed because in that plan, they didn't talk about counting all this carbon dioxide sequestration we're losing because of all the trees being removed. Every time a tree is removed, you need to figure out how much CO2 we've lost. And I've lived and worked in Sacramento for the past 34 years. I was city arborist for almost 30 years. And Sacramentoans deserve better air quality. We need to include the amendments to ensure that we have the canopy. And the trees are what give us oxygen. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Rosie Ramos, then Hannah Chudin, then Joey Wraithwall.
Good evening. My name is Rosie Ramos, and I'm here on behalf of the Oak Park Neighborhood Association. I'm the secretary. I want to start off by recognizing the amazing work of staff for this ordinance, but also the work that went into the general plan and the housing element, really putting us on the map as a city that's pro-housing. All that work is an active approach to combating the legacy of redlining, because as we know, zoning is a legacy of racial covenants and redlining. And with that, I want to highlight that the support for all that work that has happened today and today's missing middle housing, we support it, but also want to discuss the concern that we have on the bulk control standards. Restrictions like the bulk control standards limit the work that has happened to combat the legacy of redlining. And we really want to make sure that we are opening ourselves up as a city to have these different types of housing. I live in Oak Park, as I mentioned. We have a variety of different housing types there. There's a reason why that's happening there and not in other areas. And so we really want our council to take that into consideration and really listen to the list of folks that were on the side of not having the bulk control. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hannah Chudin, Joey Wraithwall, Ben Radersdorf, then Michael Turgeon.
Hello, my name is Hannah Chudin. I was born and raised here in Sacramento, and I'm a current homeowner and resident here in Curtis Park. I'm here to express my strong support for the revisions of the missing middle ordinance. However, I am deeply concerned about the bulk and building mass control policy that remains in the draft ordinance. I just have a couple key points. First, bulk control makes projects more expensive, increasing housing costs and decreasing housing supply. This policy effectively limits low-cost apartments to 2 stories, making 3-story buildings much more complex and expensive. This policy is a direct deterrent to the development of affordable housing that our city desperately needs. Second, bulk control is inequitable. This policy adds unnecessary complexity and opaque red tape, raising barriers for new developers who can't afford custom designs. It favors those with deep pockets and leaves out smaller developers who are crucial to increasing our housing supply. 3, bulk control is outdated, and frankly, it's time for Sacramento to embrace modern, efficient building practices that promote housing growth. And 4th, aesthetic rationale. We're in the midst of a housing crisis. Policies must be stronger, or must have a stronger rationale than appearance alone. We need to prioritize housing over aesthetics. In conclusion, I too am a proud Sacramento resident. I urge you to amend this ordinance to eliminate bulk and building massing control so we can put an end to exclusionary zoning in Sacramento. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Joey Wraithwall, Ben Radersdorf, then Michael Turgeon.
Hi, Council. My name is Joey Wraithwall. I'm a resident and homeowner in District 7. Want to thank you for your leadership on missing middle housing so far. Thanks for showing your values on this work. And just 2 things to add. First thing, I was proud of my Sierra Curtis Neighborhood Association for not signing on to a letter endorsing the staff recommendation for bulk control. The other is from lived experience. I've lived in a 3-story box structure. I've lived in units that are dormered. Box structure was great. I loved it. None of my neighbors hated me or my building, even though I lived in an affluent single-family home neighborhood. The latter, living in dormered, I bonk my head all the time. I'm pretty tall. Living in a dormered unit sucks. And the way I see it, we have a debate between me bonking my head in these units and the aesthetic values of affluent homeowners in a professional class with a vested interest in making buildings as expensive and as complicated as possible. So you can choose between the head bonks and the aesthetic values, or you can choose between any other number of benefits of removing bulk control, like having more sustainable neighborhoods, more equitable neighborhoods, more vibrant neighborhoods with more people, more neighbors, and more community. So however you choose, I hope you also consider head bonks in your rationale. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ben Raderstorff, then Michael Turgeon.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Ben Raderstorff. I'm one of the co-presidents of House Sacramento. And I want to use my time tonight to speak directly to a concern that I've heard from some members on the dais, which is frankly, why are housing affordability groups like House Sacramento, Sacramento Housing Alliance, Habitat for Humanity, why are we pushing so hard on a policy that seems like it mostly impacts market rate housing? You're probably going to hear something along the lines of this at some point of, bulk control doesn't apply for affordable projects. So why do we all care? So 4 things. First of all, one, that's not really true. So bulk control does still apply to all affordable housing projects, just like all other projects. The question is, affordable developers can use state density bonus law to get around that. But the difference is then they can no longer use those concessions for other things that may actually more meaningfully create units rather than just bring costs down. Second of all, the reality is that affordable housing and market rate housing are not in conflict with each other. For affordable housing, the main obstacle is funding, not zoning. Imposing things like bulk control on market rate housing does nothing to actually financially support our affordable housing obligations, which in my view has to include finding a way to pay for these things through a revenue measure, and we need to work together on that. Third, putting market rate housing and affordable housing against each other, as this argument for bulk control does, in my view, it's dangerous. I mean, frankly, this is how San Francisco thinks about housing. They've worked to make it harder. They put more restrictions on market rate housing with the goal of encouraging affordable housing, and we all know how that has turned out. And finally, most importantly, building market rate housing actually does help affordability. Right now, 90% of low-income Sacramentans live in market rate housing. Their future is determined by rents, and our only tool to drive rents down is by enabling the more construction of market rate housing, especially in wealthy, high-opportunity neighborhoods with lots of demand. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Turgeon, Isaac Gonzalez, then Tom Kay.
Hi, everyone. My name is Michael Turgeon. I'm a renter in D4. I'm also on the board of House Sacramento. First off, I want to applaud the city's monumental efforts to expand missing middle housing, and I just want to add 2 more points on the bulk control debate. First, as everyone's mentioned, we know it's really expensive to comply with. All those costs are passed on to future residents and felt across the region and higher market rents. That's pretty indisputable. Going on, I want to echo Ben's comment that bulk control also doesn't really activate new density bonus law projects because it's not even needed for that purpose, since there are so many other requirements in the proposed ordinance, other design standards, each of which could be waived to add a income restricted unit if the developer chooses to do so. Bulk control simply impedes missing middle projects without meaningfully incentivizing new income restricted units. Our trial and error period will very likely end up in error, and we will reconvene to re-examine this ordinance with nothing to show for it. Second, the most impactful thing the city can do to fight climate change is to allow more housing near transit. Per the Air Resources Board, we need to reduce VMT per capita by 25% by 2030. That's less than 6 years. If we waste another one, we definitely won't hit that standard by 2030, and our climate goals will be out of reach. We will continue to see pedestrian fatalities on the road. We will trap people in carbon-spewing commutes. We will bankrupt SAC RT and lose the transit we do have. And again, we will fall far short of our climate goals. And yeah, to echo the comment on trees, if we allow ourselves to accomplish the FAR targets by building up rather than not out, we can preserve much more open space, which allows for new shade trees to develop and provide shade to future structures, which both provides needed cooling and increases the energy efficiency of these new units. The triangle structure can more readily accommodate rooftop solar and requires less infrastructure build out. It's a better deal all
Your
around.
time is complete. Our next speaker is Isaac Gonzalez, then Tom Kay.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. My name is Isaac Gonzalez. I'm a lifelong resident of City of Sacramento, and I own a home in Tahoe Park. Just really quickly to speak on this matter, just want to thank staff for all their hard work, this council and previous council, and council members here in the audience today for getting us to this bold point. We truly will be a housing first city when we enact these ordinances. Just to speak about bulk control really quickly, there are no static cities. There are cities that are growing, and there are cities that are shrinking. Cities do not stand still. And you will either be the council that removes bulk control from the consideration, or another one will. Thank you.
Sorry, can you, I didn't.
Just that you will be the one who removes bulk control from this ordinance, or a future council will. That's just,
You're for removing bulk.
Yes, I am.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tom Kay, then Jonathan Cook.
Evening, Council. Good to be here. My name's Tom. I'm here with my wife. We are residents of East Sac, near Sac State, and we're in the process of redesigning our single-family home to make it a multi-generational home. So that means larger family-sized units, shared spaces, huge backyard for kids, communal gatherings. Why I'm here speaking today is because bulk control will affect how we can build out the property. So what folks have said before, basically the current policy encourages you to build laterally out as opposed to up. And I'm just going to walk you through a quick example of what our property would look like with bulk control and without. So we have a 5,000 square foot lot. It's zoned for FAR of 2. If we were to build 5 family-sized units totaling 6,000 square feet in a 2-story structure, we would need to cover almost 63% of the lot. The setbacks would be 12.5 in the front, 10 in the rear, and 3 on the side. Now, if you imagine an alternative where we do a smaller footprint and actually build up to 3 stories, we could fit the same 6,000 square feet while only covering 42% of the lot with setbacks of 12.5 in the front, 37.5 in the rear, and 5 on the sides. So that approach would give us about 3,000 square feet, more than half on the lot, available for gardens, playgrounds, and shared amenities, and the backyard would be over 3 times of the size of the first example. So we're recommending relaxing bulk control in areas with FAR of 2 and above. Thanks for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Jonathan Cook, then Dave Pajawish.
Good evening, Jonathan Cook, Executive Director of the Sacramento Housing Alliance. Thank you for your work on the missing middle housing ordinance, and we just wanted to express some of our concern around bulk control, especially because we need to be prioritizing infill development as well as density, as well as the city's responsibility to affirmatively further fair housing. We want to make sure that we are encouraging racially integrated and economically integrated neighborhoods across the city, and we feel that this bold general plan and 2040 housing element will help us with those goals. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Dave Pajawish, Louis Morante. I have 10 more speakers. And then Dave, please teach me how to say your last name.
You did fine.
Thank you.
Actually, it was excellent. My name is Dave Pajuish. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. I've been doing a lot. For the last 25 years, I've been building infill projects, 3 stories, consist of these units are 3 stories on a 20 by 80 lot, and has an ADU on the first floor and a main unit on the top, like 2-bedroom type. And they've been very successful as far as both selling it or selling it to people who rent it to people. So I'm definitely opposed to the inclusion of bulk control. And I have a project right now near 1210T at 1208 T Street. Due to bulk control, my 3-story plan has to be basically redone. And the 2-story on a 20 by 80 is not going to work, so financially and also aesthetically. And the offer is not to put a garage. That alley is filled with homeless people and garbage, and for people to park their cars on a main street and walk back to a brand new unit with no parking is not an option. In fact, in front of these two lots, there's a home duplex that I own, and the tenants have lost their items within the last 3 years 2 times and called the police. So I really think, that this rule makes it almost impossible to build infill projects. And I have 8 lots, 6 of them near Sacramento Food Co-op, ready to go, but I'm just going to wait until I find out what happens here. So I'm actually doing the work. I've been doing it for the last 20 years, and I would like to continue, or if not, take a break.
Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Louis Morante, again, Kaneshka Pate.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Sorry, I was unprepared. My name is Louis Morante. I'm a District 4 resident and member of House Sacramento. I'm urging you to remove the bulk control rules consistent with House Sacramento's recommendation. And I wanted to put some data into the context here of what we're talking about, density bonus law. Density bonus law, as you no doubt know, is an important state law that incentivizes the production of affordable housing in California. It's used often here in Sacramento. It's not used often, though, in projects that are the size of the projects that we're talking about here. For most of the projects on most of the lots that we're talking about, we're looking at project sizes that are going to be 10 units or fewer. Density bonus law requires you to set aside whole units for the incentives, to get the waivers from parking or what have you. And because those projects are so small, the 10 unit and under size, it's very uncommon that those projects utilize density bonus law in California in general. I just ran the numbers. In California over the last 3 years, we have data for, so 2021, 2022, and 2023, there were actually only 400 projects in California that were 10 units or fewer and proposed to use some form of density bonus law. 17 projects in California. The statewide numbers present, I think, a pretty stark picture in context of the total number of units we're talking about. Those 400 projects account for about 1,000 units, which is less than 1/3 of 1% of all projects approved in California. This is a minuscule bonus for these small projects, and I urge you to not make projects in Sacramento more expensive, chasing what I don't think you're going to get, because it just doesn't happen here in Sacramento or anywhere in California. Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you for your comments. Kanishka Pate, then Annie Keys.
Good evening. My name is Kanishka Patel, and I'm a resident of District 4. As a physician and training oncologist, my primary concern is the health and well-being of my patients. Throughout my professional career, starting from medical school in the Bronx to now being in my final year of fellowship training in Sacramento, my patients have made me increasingly cognizant of the social determinants of health, and specifically of the connection between housing instability and poor health outcomes. When families struggle to afford housing, they face stress and are forced to make financial trade-offs, and that can exacerbate existing conditions, chronic illnesses, including cancer. As an extension of my efforts to provide whole person care, it is both important that I applaud the city on a historic missing middle housing plan and ask that you consider removing the bulk control requirements. While we are moving in the right direction, we still feel that these requirements to be a significant roadblock as they are expensive, inequitable, and outdated. Higher construction costs make developers less likely to build, and these costs translate to increased rent. To ask that new builds fit with a very subjective vision of what a neighborhood should look like, while at the same time complaining about the increased visibility of homelessness in the city and wanting for solutions, is cognitive dissonance at best, modern-day segregation at worst. Such measures often exacerbate the effects of redlining, which itself have shown to be associated with higher incidences of chronic illnesses like cancer and poor health outcomes due to environmental factors and unlimited access to health care. So as a concerned member of the Sacramento community and as a care provider, I hope that you strongly consider removing this requirement from housing projects in all areas of the city. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Annie Keys, then Erica Butler.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and city staff. My name is Annie Keys. I am a lifelong Sacramentan, a D4 renter, and a board member of House Sacramento, an all-volunteer organization dedicated to making housing more affordable and accessible in Sacramento. Along with the other speakers tonight, I just want to reiterate that we are wholeheartedly supportive of missing middle housing, but still share concerns that bulk control mandated in this ordinance will preclude missing middle housing types from being built. I want to share some insight from experts as to why the cost of bulk control mandates makes building missing middle more infeasible. Yes Duffy, the owner of Yes Duffy Architecture and Berkeley Zoning Board Chair, estimated that between architectural services, up to $300 an hour, structural costs, design fees up to $200 an hour, and construction costs to meet the requirements of bulk control, home builders can expect a 10 to 20% increase in overall costs. And according to a small home builder who's actually here tonight, who's looking to build a missing middle project in Sacramento, bulk control results in fewer units per project and further design constraints. The reality is, if these housing types are financially impossible to pursue, they will not happen. This means less missing middle housing gets built, and the unaffordability crisis in Sacramento persists. This is why we passed the 2040 General Plan last year, the most progressive and pro-housing general plan in California. This council that night made a commitment to stand up for future generations of residents, both renters and homeowners in Sacramento. Those advocating for change this evening, including myself, are the future generations who want to continue investing here in Sacramento. We want to build homes, want to raise a family, want to pursue educational and career opportunities here in Sacramento, and that can only happen if Sacramento's housing market remains attainable. So as you consider whether to push for change or protect the status quo, please ask yourself who we should be planning these future neighborhoods for. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Erica Butler, then Varun Aurora.
Hi, my name is Erica Butler. Compared to last year, I now live in District 6. I'm a renter there. And I largely support missing middle housing, but I am concerned about what I'm reading about bulk control. I do think, especially near transit, it's probably not a good idea to make housing more difficult and more expensive to build. The thing with transit is it really works best when you have very high density, lots of people living along transit, and lots of places to go along transit. Because of that, I would have to oppose the inclusion of bulk control, at least for transit. I think the proponents of bulk control were mentioning privacy, I think, was their main concern. They were worried about people peeping. I'm not sure about that, but I do think different concerns do have to be balanced. And I think certainly in more lower FAR areas that can definitely be important, but we do need to be maximizing the number of people that live along transit. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Varun Aurora, then Steve Rosen. I have 5 more speakers.
I know Mayor Steinberg is a real fashionista. So Mayor, I'm wearing a Congresswoman Katie Porter 2019 fall collection here. Council members, I do construction. By now you realize bulk control will make it very unlikely that 3-story multiplexes will be built. No one wants to live in a room that does this to them. They're a bad construction idea too. Have you seen any HGTV show on remodeling ever? They always ask, is this wall load-bearing or not? Gable roof systems require much more beefy lumber, fasteners at the center of the house, and make things much more expensive. So 3-story structures? No bueno. Let's try this with math. I used to be a teacher. I see myself as a Tim Walz of Sacramento. My friends see me as a poor man's Johnny Sins, and my parents see me as a disappointment. So by keeping bulk control, it means 1/3 levels won't be built. Multiply numerator and denominator by 2, that means in the 6-plex, 2 won't be built. Now, we'll use visual examples kids can understand. 1/3 of a pizza is over 2 slices. Let's make that a vegan one for myself and Vice Mayor Maple. Now, a little bit of stats. We'll add about 60,000 people in the city of Sacramento by 2040. If we speculate that there's 1 new unit for every 2 new people, 1/3 of that, or 33.33% for you math fancy people, is 20,000, and divide that by 2, it's 10,000. The question the council needs to ask today is, do we choose to build 10,000 less units because some neighbors might feel a tiny bit of soreness in their eyes? Thank you. Thank you to my easel, and thank you to the excellent work done by the staff.
Comments? Our next speaker is Steve Rosen, Michael Hutnick, then Michael Nerby.
Hey, so the City Council stood up for the future when it adopted the general plan and legalized the homes we need. Homes that touch are now illegal land use citywide. Unfortunately, some entrenched old guard property owners monopolize neighborhood meetings and shoehorn in arbitrary design standards that make it impossible for the City Council to achieve its goal of desegregating our city and building the homes that we millennials need and that our younger siblings and children will need. Please remove bulk control from this interim ordinance. Err on the side of our kids, not on the old guard, and architects who get to charge more for complex designs. If it's an interim ordinance and building homes turns out to be so terrible, then we can go back to banning homes. But let's be brave right now. The urban design staff claims that people are frightened of seeing a tall building next to a short building. Well, lots of people in this room told them otherwise, and meeting after meeting through the whole process, but maybe not the right meetings. And don't tell me that certain neighborhoods oppose big buildings. Have you seen the size of their homes? Bulk control doesn't help trees. Trees grow from the ground. You bend to Midtown, biggest trees in town, biggest buildings in town. So cities are their people. Let's let people who love our city build our city. Let's change our buildings so that we can preserve our neighbors instead of freezing our buildings and losing the people. There's more people now, and more people need more homes. Listen to this broad and growing pro-home coalition and not a shrinking group of people who are against new homes. We need homes, not dormers. Homes, not dormers. Let's desegregate our city and build our future. Thank you, D6.
Thank you for your comments. I have 3 more speakers, Michael Hutnick, Michael Nerby, and then Ryan Misano.
Hello, it's all been said so very well. I'll keep it short. While this ordinance is a net positive as written, my support for this item is contingent on striking the bulk control requirement at the floor area ratio or FAR above 2. The FAR effectively precludes 3-story dwelling construction due to the inflated cost under the ordinance. The city argued that the flat roof 3-story dwelling is not a good fit with the current housing types in the city. There are many such examples throughout the city that already exist that predate the ordinance. The reason that this topic is important is because the types of development that will is what allowed, This type of development is what allowed the United States to build its way out of a housing crisis a century ago. And we find ourselves in a similar crisis today, and allowing for more dense housing to be built affordably will allow us to get out of that. I also did want to touch on what 2 speakers had touched on before. Our neighbor from the mill was talking about building up allows for more space for trees. Our former city arborist had said that cutting trees down would, you need to take into consideration the amount of CO2 that's sequestered in those trees. So not only are we allowing the trees to stay in place by building up and allowing for more open space and the trees to remain, but we're also allowing people to live near the amenities that they can walk, bike, and take transit to, thereby reducing the amount of CO2 that's released into the atmosphere from them driving around from suburbs to cities and back and forth. That'll do it for me. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Nerby, and then Ryan Misano.
Good evening. Michael Nerby, I live in D4, and thank you so much for all your hard work. I think, honestly, we've done a fantastic job, so thank you. Sacramento overall is amazingly pro-housing, so I'm just going to echo a lot of what we've already heard, but I think from a unique perspective that I am a local small builder, and so I'm the guy who basically takes this, interprets it, and brings it into the real world. And I got to say, I mean, more of my job is being like wearing a lawyer hat or being an archivist rather than, putting wood and stone together to build a house. I've got real world experience working with planners on bulk control on previous projects. And I got to say, with it, the majority of our most loved 4 to 15 unit housing in Sacramento is still illegal, and it doesn't make sense to me. So allow me to build. Bulk control is costly, it's outdated, and overall it's unnecessary. Thank you again. Really, SAC 2040 and the missing middle is fantastic, so thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Ryan Misano is our final speaker on this item.
I think it's wise that we address the history of welfare and government housing and affordable housing in America, which has been a rousing failure. The people of Sacramento, California, and America are perfectly capable of fixing our housing problems on our own without government interference. Solomon said there is nothing new under the sun. It was said, time tells all.
Yes.
Mayor, this is not within the purview of Missing Middle, and according to Madison School District as well as Cornelius versus NAACP, we have a right to interrupt and restrict speakers to the policy and subject matter at hand.
Thank you. I'll direct the speaker to please speak to the missing middle ordinance. Thank you.
After spending 33 hours in jail for saying things that she doesn't like, I'll say what I please. It's been said before that the government governs best, which governs least. A book which addresses this issue is The Naked Communist, and the author makes a profound point when he says it's the job of anyone and everyone to help the poor, sick, and homeless, except the government. As the speaker said earlier, and I agree, all the government building housing does is decrease housing supply and it raises prices.
Point of order, Mayor. We are not discussing government housing.
I think
this is government housing. You're paying money for housing. It's government housing. Lisa Kaplan, I don't know why you don't understand that.
Just speak to why do you oppose this missing middle ordinance?
I do, but it's far more involved than just simply saying I oppose it.
Take your last minute and explain why you oppose it, please.
Let's also remember that communism advocates government control of the economy. That includes housing. How did that work out in Russia and China? Housing is just the tip of the iceberg. Even deeper, we have to address that we are all stolen from with the income tax. If we all were able to keep our money and not have it stolen by the private owners of the Federal Reserve, then we'd be a lot better off. In closing, the government should be spending a dime on housing or on welfare, and that includes corporate bank bailouts and individual welfare. The people of Sacramento are perfectly capable of solving our housing problems without your help.
All right. Thank you to the members of the public for coming out and expressing your opinion. Every council member, I believe, most every council member is up. I just want to say at the beginning, I have in mind what I think might be a principled compromise on this issue, but I'm going to wait to put it out there until I hear from all of my colleagues, because there's very important issues raised here around this issue of bulk control, and I want to hear from the colleagues, and then I may, depending on the conversation, have a suggestion. So let us begin. Vice Mayor Maple.
Thank you, Mayor. And I just want to start with saying I had a lot of thoughts that ran through my head as I read through all of the e-comments. I listened to all of the speakers, read the letters, talked to our incredible staff. It's just that I'm really proud of this city. It almost brings tears to my eyes. I think there's not a lot of places in the United States of America where we have so many people who not only support such a progressive general plan update that we recently passed, but a missing middle housing plan. I think there's a lot of places where people would be up in arms about some of the things that we're just kind of breezing by here. And I think that says a lot about who we are as a city, about our people, about our neighborhoods. I think we have a very welcoming city where people they really want to see more people in their neighborhoods. They want to see different housing types. They want to welcome with open arms people who are coming to our city and young people. And I think it's really obvious. And I just want to start with that we have a lot of people here saying yes. And they have been the entire time. And really also want to acknowledge the ESAC Community Association. You saying that, we've been here since day one. I really appreciate that, and I think it's great. And then I was going to read off the long list of supporters, but that was already done for me, so I want to appreciate that, and I won't take time to do that. But just says a lot of really engaged neighborhoods, and I think that really goes to our staff. The incredible work that you do to reach out, to connect with people, to make sure that they're in the loop, to get their feedback and to incorporate it into multiple iterations of a plan that was in motion long before I was here. So I just want to acknowledge that. And I think the fact that we're really just focusing on one very tiny part of a really big plan says something to me. I know I said this in Law and Ledge, but I'm going to say it again here. It means that you did a really good job, right? Like if the vast majority of this plan, people are like, yes,
no problem, not even going to mention it. That's actually a good thing, even though it would be great, I'm sure, if you have people lining up to talk about all the specific elements that you spent a lot of time on. So I want to acknowledge that work, and I think that in every sense of it, we have embraced the designation of pro-housing in this city right now, today, regardless of what happens. So really, really proud of the work, proud of the team, and all of our residents. And so, me personally, I would say I'm really compelled by some of the arguments I heard, from speakers tonight and those who came to Lawn Ledge, and really compelled by these beautiful images of housing that exists in our city already, that wouldn't necessarily be allowed under the bulk control, or would be difficult to make under bulk control. And I spend a lot of time walking around. I live in Oak Park. I walk around in Curtis Park all the time. I walk around East Vac. We have a lot of people kind of think about these neighborhoods as just, a lot of single-family homes, but we actually have amazing mix of dense, different types of housing in all of these neighborhoods that has been in existence for many decades. And so, in my mind, I want to continue to do that. I want our policies to continue to make housing at all levels and all density types available in these neighborhoods, because I often think about, how do we create a city that's for young people? That when people go to college here, or stay here, they want to stay here, and they want to raise their families here, and they want to live here. And that means that we have to have a lot of different housing types available in the most desirable neighborhoods, right? Like, people want to live in Oak Park and Curtis Park and Land Park and all the wonderful places that people live here on this dais and beyond. But that means that we need to have different types of housing available, because not everybody's going to want, one, be able to afford, but two, maybe not want to live in a single-family home. Maybe you want to live in a condo. You want to live in a different style of home, an ADU, whatever it may be, and having those options available is great. I also think, just in my own neighborhood, I've got, McGeorge Law School, we've got the Aggie Square, we've got the UC Davis Medical Center. So we have a lot of people that, are in the city, whether they're visiting for a period of time during the week or here permanently, that need to places that they can afford to live near the things that they're going to, whether it be school or work. And so I think that this missing middle plan does that. It addresses those needs, but does it in a way where nothing's going to change overnight. This is not a wholesale shift. We're not going to see, multi-million-dollar houses be, bulldozed for big apartments. We're going to see small shifts over time that hopefully over the course of many years will lead to the type of dense housing that we need and are looking for. So that's the way that I'm looking at this. I recognize that bulk control itself is something that came into creation during previous negotiations over housing, and I know that it has served a purpose, and I recognize those needs. But my personal desire, as I've stated in Law and Ledge, is that I'm willing to support a motion tonight that moves the missing middle housing ordinance forward, interim ordinance, without the bulk control requirement, or maybe some version thereof, depending on what the mayor has to say. But that's where my heart is. That's what I hear from my constituents. That's what I'm hearing from the people in the room tonight. And I think that would make this just perfect with a cherry on top. So looking forward to seeing what my colleagues have to say, and thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Maple, for starting us off. Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you. I'll definitely start off by echoing the Vice Mayor's compliments to staff. Great job, Nguyen. Great job, everybody. You took a very complex topic and broke it down as best you could. And so just thank you for all of the work that you've done there. I just want to start, I guess, by saying that bulk control, as currently proposed, wouldn't apply to several of the examples that were named tonight. And I just think that's really important for me to say. Like the mill, for example, zoned high density, that would have been allowed. The mill that was mentioned tonight, that would have been allowed. Most of the pictures and other properties we've seen would have been allowed because they're next to multifamily, and that's expressly allowed under this. And so I guess I just want to make really crystal clear like what we're talking about in terms of potential impact. A lot of these places that we're pointing to in Midtown would allow a building to move forward with a third story without bulk control because it's next to another building that is similarly situated. So I guess I just want to start with that. And I also want to start by saying we're really only talking about the third floor. And I want to name that because the second floor is not even up for discussion right now. I live in a 2-story building in Midtown that has 7 units in it on one parcel, right? There's a lot that can be done with 2 stories. I appreciate the focus and the sense of urgency around what the third story looks like, but I just want to name that like already as proposed with or without bulk control, like this is a pretty significant change for most of the neighborhoods in the city of Sacramento to say, we're going to give you this 2-story potential apartment building next door. I mean, and that we're not even talking about that tonight. We're really just talking about third story, and only in cases when they're not already near one of the areas where it would already be allowed under the ordinance. And so I just want to narrow, because I think the scope of what we disagree at is actually much more narrow than even the vice mayor pointed to. It's really just about what do we do with those third story projects in neighborhoods that have traditionally been zoned R1. I also just want to note to the affordable housing comment, affordable developers really aren't in the business of 15-unit or less buildings. I wish they were, frankly. I've approached them about this in the context of exploring an opportunity to purchase act. It doesn't really pencil for them, and that from a management perspective, from a financing perspective. So I don't want anybody to think that by doing this, we're somehow curtailing affordable developments, because those are often much larger, already require a rezone if they're in an area, and just don't generally apply in this context. I said this when we adopted the general plan about the conversations that were happening in 2021 and 2022, because they were so different than they are today. They were so incredibly different. We were up against it, and Matt's nodding his head because I would drag him to every neighborhood Zoom that I was invited to and be like, you're gonna help me answer these questions, because it was a really, really hard conversation. And at that time, we made a commitment that we were gonna ease into this. We made a commitment to these neighborhoods that we weren't gonna just go from point A to point C overnight, that there would be an on-ramp. And I know that's frustrating for people, but that word and that commitment means something to me. And as the mayor said, this is not the permanent ordinance, this is an interim ordinance. We're gonna show them what it looks like, and then when it comes back to council and it's been successful, there will be a conversation about doing it differently. And that's in way shorter a time period than I've ever seen the city commit to doing that. When we say in the next 12, 18 months, we're gonna come back, we're gonna look at this again. This is not the forever strategy that any of us are saying. We're saying, let's show these neighborhoods that are super panicked about what this means, what it looks like to do this well, and then immediately turn around and say, do we still wanna keep doing it like this, or do we wanna take this away entirely? And so I think that's just incredibly important, because I appreciate, I live in Midtown, I get it. I don't have a problem with this for myself personally. I also get, I can't tell you the number of conversations I had in West Natomas, which is now District 3, and in Land Park, which is now District 7, from folks who were genuinely panicked that this investment, and I hate the way we talk about these neighborhoods. Can I just say, a lot of folks bought these homes when they were way cheaper than they are today. And I'm not always talking about Fab 40 homes, right? I'm talking the people in Land Park whose homes are now worth, $1 million, $1.5 million, are just as shocked by that as we are. They bought that when they were state workers. This is their life investment. And so for us to say, hey, we're gonna turn around and completely potentially change what some of the properties around you look like, it's a big deal. And it's something that they're worried about. And I think we want to build a policy that builds buy-in to where we know we wanna go, and not just force them to take something that they're going to say, well, wait a minute, we don't have any. I don't think that's the way we always want to do policy in this city, and I don't think that's even the proposal in front of us today. I think the planners are proposing an interim ordinance by name so that we can, again, do this on-ramp, fulfill the commitment that we made, frankly, over the last couple of years, and really show people what's possible in a deliberate way so that we can immediately turn around and come back and say, look, the world didn't explode, let's talk about making this different, right? So with all of that to be said, I'm actually making a motion to adopt this staff proposal. I do want to make some direction though, because I have some thoughts and direction. If part of this is to create housing for people, and that's what everybody says it is, I have a real concern with short-term rentals in this community. I have a real concern that there are great developers that are in this room and out of this room that are doing this because they want to improve housing stock. There are also opportunists who are going to use this to try to make as much money as they possibly can. I would love to direct the planning staff to work with the city attorney's office to explore if we can prohibit short-term rentals in these properties. I have talked to the city attorney about this. I'm not going to say this is what we're going to do because we want to explore the legality, but I do want that to be the direction today, that we explore that, because we can't keep saying that we're doing this density thing to improve housing opportunity and not really have a conversation about how to make sure that actual residents and actual neighborhoods are occupying the units that are built. It just, those two things don't line up. I also really want to talk about monitoring plan in terms of direction to staff to think about maybe 3-month monitoring updates to council so that we can see what's happening. I've gotten some requests for that from the community, and I think that would be good since this isn't designed to be an interim ordinance. If we were really transparent about how many permits we're going through under this ordinance and what types of properties and projects are moving forward so that we can see that, the community can see that, and we can use that as a council, or the future council can use that to reevaluate. And then I guess a future direction, a lot of the beautiful properties that we see, and again, some that were pictured tonight, were adaptive reuse. And I really just want to continue that conversation about how we facilitate not just adaptive reuse of homes, but as one commenter made, of office buildings. Like, I think that there's a real potential here that we're missing in this idea of like scrap and rebuild, which is not only less climate friendly from a materials perspective, but potentially unnecessary if we could make it easier and explore ways to make it more feasible for people just to start building different walls and make adaptations to the existing buildings to make them habitable for apartments or small condos or whatever they call them. So that's my motion, is to approve this as proposed with, again, just this. It's an interim ordinance. I know that people want us to go so much further, and I wish we were there. And I think, frankly, like, the loudest voices can't always be the ones who rule the day. I appreciate the number of commenters we've seen in here. I've talked to hundreds of residents who are very quiet, who are just worried. They just don't know what it means. And given how much this ordinance already allows, I don't see the need to jump even further yet when we're already making a commitment to look at this next year. I don't. So that's my motion, Mayor. Thank you.
Very good, thank you. Councilmember Valenzuela, we'll see if there's a second to that motion. Let's turn it, what's that? That's Councilman Jennings? Seconds the motion. Okay, Councilmember Guerra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the conversation here, and I think you're probably going to hear this over and over again. Huge kudos to the staff on this. This is why they have been recognized nationally by the APA and the work that's gone into this. And, you know, my colleague Katie Valenzuela mentioned a little good refresher, like, it wasn't this kumbaya back in 2019 even, when we first started having these conversations, because it was that first general plan. I think it might have been 2018 when we were first starting to go around the city and discuss the idea of changing our zoning standard. But when the proposal came on paper in 2021, it was, you know, a shocker, and it was, you know, a time where we were also, the country and our city was going through a lot of turmoil. But the professionalism and the engagement of our city staff has basically brought us to this point. And so I think you're going to hear that over and over again, that the net benefit of this ordinance is extremely a positive. And one thing that I want to underscore, that this is a by right tool, and that is, this authority is a very strong tool. That means that, you know, we're giving up a lot of trust in how something would be built. That's very strong. I want to remind that, folks. So when we talk to the neighborhoods during 2021 about design standards and said, we're going to work with you to make sure, you know, that if we're going to use this tool, how do we make it functional? The only thing that they really asked for is on the bulk control side, and it's not and it's in a limited way as well. I'm going to also repeat this again, that the examples that were brought up wouldn't qualify under this ordinance because they're already next to additional 3-story buildings, and no one is saying that you can't have just a flat roof, but it just makes it that it's appropriate in the locations there it is. And I do appreciate those developers that took the time to meet with the community, and I mentioned it during the Law and Ledge Committee, to build even extremely high density, over 100 units on Stockton and T, but it blends in because they were thoughtful and they used architects to make the right bolt control. You drive down T Street even further, where we had vacant lots in those areas. You wouldn't even know that that was multifamily housing up down T Street because they've been designed in a way where it matches and blends in with the neighborhood, and also has short setbacks. So at one point, I'm going to, since it's already been second, I'm going to support the motion. And I'm also going to support it in the context that I think the direction to look at restricting short-term rentals is important. If the intent of the mixed-income housing ordinance is to make available units, then let's make sure we accomplish that policy goal. Very clear question here for Mr. Hull, and it's a very simple one, and it's a yes or no question, because people have asked and said that you cannot build 3-story houses if this was to pass. Is that true?
No, you can build 3-story houses in
And want to clarify with the bulk control in FAR2, you can do 90% of the third floor as a livable area with our long dormers and the revisions we made. So 90%.
90%. 90%. Okay. So, and in a lot of cases, this area would be bigger than some of the, in fact, the craftsman homes that are in these neighborhoods as well. That level of square footage. So I want to also talk about, the nature of the intensity, and I get it. Some of us have worked in advocacy for a long time. People always come up to the testimony at a level 10, But this, in reality, I believe the staff has been thoughtful about it because they're true believers in what we're trying to accomplish, which is more housing. So the one area where I'd like to, I'd like to hear the conversation move forward, but and if the maker of the motion, as we go through the conversation, would like to change it, is I appreciate, Tricia Stevens, and by the way, I want to thank Tricia Stevens because she was, again, from the beginning, for a long time, she's been a professional. For many years at the county, she also helped drive and push affordable housing projects in the suburban area where it was not welcomed at all, high density. And they came out, and I've never won her complaint since then, and that's back in 2010 when I was on the County Planning Commission. And for her to come and give some advice and recommendations, I appreciate her years of expertise in planning. And one of them that I think she makes a good point is on the setbacks. And I'd like us to consider that. Let's get through the conversation here. But I'd like to consider that because on T Street, where or not T, but I think U Street and V Street, you have some homes that are 12.5 feet setback. That's what the ordinance is calling for. But you go 4 blocks in the setbacks to, some very modest homes that are, some of them are 3.2s or 2.2s, some 3.1s, modest homes. Their setbacks are like 35 feet. And so to all of a sudden build out something to 12 feet, you're not going to be able to even see your neighbors when you step out your door. So I think that what they recognized was not a no, but let's find an average that fits with that street. I think that's an important consideration. And I'll make this last point here of why we should consider these. Folks in the public have said it's an interim ordinance. Let's give it a shot. Why not just take away bulk control? Why not allow go to 12.5 and see what happens? Well, I'll flip it on its head. Let's allow this to move forward. Let's see what the impacts are, because the consequences are much greater on the impacts for someone who has 2 buildings that build beside them, because that building hopefully will be there for over 100 years, And those buildings, and when you look at the FAR2, they are in communities like West Tahoe Park, Colonial Heights, who were built in 1910. They are in different areas, and they were the modest homes. They weren't the large homes. They were the very working class homes. And so the negative consequences of just saying, well, let's just rush hard and then see what happens in a year, I think are much more dramatic than saying, let's take this amazing step forward, and then let's evaluate, a number of units we were able to create. Let's evaluate the costs when we work with folks. And if someone truly wants to build a big 3-story square block, there is a process for that through the deviation process. There is an avenue, and if all your neighbors say, we love this, we want this, there is an avenue. Nothing in what we're doing would completely prohibit it. What we're doing is doing something that allows by right, which is a strong tool we're setting forward. With that, thank you to my colleague for making that motion. I do support it, but I'd like us to consider the deviation sample.
On this point, before I turn it over to the pro tem, it's something you said at the end I want to clarify because I think it's important for everybody to understand that. I don't particularly understand it. If bulk control remains, is there a process by which a housing developer can seek a waiver from the bulk control? Yes or no? And if so, what is that process?
There is the process of the density bonus law from the state. That's one process.
For affordable housing.
For affordable housing.
What about for, and Ben made the point that this is not just about affordable, it's about market rate as well. So what about, is there, for a market rate project, is there any kind of a variance or appeal process from the bulk control requirement for an appropriate project?
So the approach that staff took with this is that we expanded the standards to the point where we felt that deviations would not be necessary to make a project economically feasible.
So the answer is, I'm sorry.
So and I think Bruce can respond more completely.
It's I don't know, it's not a simple yes or no, but it's close to a simple yes or no, because.
Yes, there's a process. That's
what is the process?
It's called a deviation, and currently in our site plan and design review, if an applicant does not want to or cannot comply with the zoning standards that we have, which also include bulk control, they can ask for a deviation to those standards, and they attend a public hearing, a director's hearing. And that's heard, and the reason it's a public hearing is because it allows the neighbors to have an opinion. And quite often in the deviation director hearings, we get multiple letters of support from the adjacent neighbors, and that makes it a fairly easy thing to say yes. So missing middle housing does have a deviation process that they can go through.
But just with the staff taking a pretty strong position that bulk control is important, imagine a circumstance where the director would grant such a variance if somebody sought a waiver or variance from bulk control. Why would that happen?
So I serve as the design director.
You're the one.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the reality is that we probably approve 95% of all of the projects that come through requesting a deviation. And that's because by the time they get to the director's hearing, they've been thoroughly vetted, they've been balanced, the rationale for why a deviation is necessary, and public outreach has been held in order to get feedback from the public. And so
Okay.
by the time we look at it, we can see a fairly complete package with a justification for that.
Okay, I
deviation.
know my colleagues are up to speak, but I think this is an important point. I would not mind one of the representatives from the NIMBY coalition to come on up and address this specific issue. Why is it YIMBY? Sorry, YIMBY with a Y. The YIMBY coalition to come up, because if this is a temporary ordinance, which it is, and if there is a variance, and you heard Mr. Monahan say 95% of the cases, as long as it's, quote, worked out with the neighbors, i.e. in this case, I'll get to you in a second, i.e. in this case, the design concerns were worked out. Why isn't that a good out, so to speak, for your concerns?
Yeah, so as staff knows, what we're trying to do is we're trying to encourage the building of something that is not being built, frankly, anywhere in California. We're trying to get people to start building a new type of housing type. And my view is that it is already an inherently risky proposition. We're trying to entice new first-time developers, builders of color, builders who don't do this stuff professionally now. And as anyone who's interacted with a discretionary process knows, discretionary processes are hugely risky. You have to put in a ton of time and effort and money just to start that process, and you don't know where it's going to end unless you have some reasonable assurance that what you're trying to do is going to be accepted. Then the reality, and we see this is the entire justification for the ministerial approval processes that you all have put in place over the last 5 years, is that when you have discretionary processes, you scare off a huge, overwhelming majority of potential projects because it's simply not worth the amount of time and effort to enter into something so risky.
Okay, let's get Mr. Monahan back up. I'll go on to Perry just for a second. Number one, what's the cost of the variance? And two, how quickly would the director hear the application for variance? Because the argument is being made, well, this is going to discourage the entrepreneurial developer to want to go in the first place. So what's the cost, and how long would it take to answer the question?
Because I don't know offhand, I think it's a $1,000 fee. the director hearings are held every 2 weeks. They're held on, or every week, and they're held online. So they're easy to attend. The scheduling really doesn't change the impact because you don't have to wait a month for a hearing. As soon as it's finished, the processing, you can advertise it and then go forward.
Okay.
And just to be clear, from a design control standpoint, every project that requires a permit in the city of Sacramento is subject to site plan and design review. So this is a standardized process throughout the city.
With or without bulk control?
Every project that's going to get built, we either look at it and review it, or we exempt it, but every project gets reviewed.
But if there's bulk control, to get a variance, it's an extra $1,000, and what you're saying, a couple of week discussion and process.
And that process exists right now because we've had bulk control for almost 20 years. So as we work with it, if someone right now wants, under current codes, wants to exceed bulk control, we have some discretion there, and if it's too much, we can take it to a hearing.
Sorry, one more question. In the 20 years that bulk control has been on the books in Sacramento, how many times has a variance been applied for, and how many times has it been granted?
I'm going to take a wild guess at this, but I think that probably only 10% of the projects that come through related to bulk control have bulk control issues, and probably less than half of that go to a director hearing.
And well, were they granted or not?
It is rare that they are not granted because they typically come with a full justification. We understand that not every project can comply with every rule, and we want to give people a chance to build what they build as long as it's respectful for the neighborhood. And as long as we can establish that case, we're going to approve it.
Can you tell me between now and 10 minutes from now, because we'll move on here, seriously, how many times has such a variance been requested for the bulk control requirement, and how many times has it been granted? I'd like to know that, please.
Probably these days, probably only about 20% of projects have bulk control issues.
Okay.
But a very small portion of those can't be resolved.
They're all resolved in favor of the developer?
We talk about the severity of out of bulk control. If it's a minor intrusion and it doesn't impact a neighbor, we can go ahead and approve it. We have that ability. If it's significantly out and we think it impacts a neighbor, we want the neighbor and the neighborhood to be able to have a voice in the decision. And that's why we have a hearing.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I think wanted to get those questions answered. Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes, and then Councilmember Kaplan.
No, I think they're really important questions, Mayor, and kind of along the lines of questioning for myself as well. So I'm really interested in hearing what your compromise is.
Yeah.
I do worry about staff not having like tools in their toolbox to do better for the community. So for example, like when I was a chief of staff, we had like at least 5 projects that came to council because it met the criteria, but the community, was opposed to a gas station or to a drive-through or just different things. And it was important to make sure that we could find common ground and middle ground. And luckily we had tools in the toolbox to be able to address neighbor concerns. And I don't want neighbors to feel like, I want more housing, especially affordable housing, and I'm supportive of Councilmember Valenzuela's request to make sure not short-term rentals. But I worry that we're taking away tools from the toolbox from the city staff to do their jobs. So I guess for city staff, do you guys have real-world examples of projects that you can tell me about right now where this would apply and how it would have made the process easier, better?
Thank you. Is the question specific to bulk control?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of along Bruce's territory, which is why I'm happy the mayor.
This is Bruce's, this is Bruce's expertise.
I just want a real life example of give me a situation in, whatever neighborhood, Land Park or downtown, or, just give me a real life example.
So we process probably 200 residential projects through site plan and design review in a year. every one of those projects that we look at has the potential to have an impact on the neighboring property, whether it's a remodel or a new project. All of them, when they come in, show their compliance to bulk control. So if we're talking about which projects are where, they're all over the city. It's important to understand that we're a city with incredibly diverse neighborhoods. We're built at different times. We're built in different forms. We're built in different separations. You look at Midtown. I used to live at 22nd and L, and straight up little boxes all together, and then you go out to the more suburban neighborhoods, and it's spread out in single story. And so impacts are different in different parts of the city. And that's part of what we take into consideration because it's a subjective review. It's not a ministerial review. So when we talk about does an overhang extend beyond bulk control? Yes, it might, and that's not a big impact. Is half the wall with windows all along that wall out of bulk control, and those windows are looking into the neighboring property? That becomes a problematic. If it's essentially too close to the street and straight up, one of the things that came from early studies in East Sacramento was because there was very little setback, when someone built a second story and they went straight up off the street, you got these massive buildings kind of looming over the sidewalk. I believe, and maybe I'm biased here as your urban design manager, design matters when we're building a city. Neighborhood context matters. We look at every project individually based on the neighborhood that it's in and the adjacency of the buildings and the types of buildings that they are. Therefore, it's not one decision for every project. It's a decision based on the design and the context that it's in. And that's one of the reasons why it's been a successful tool, because we can modify it. I think that it's important for people to be able to enjoy their property in their neighborhood that they've embraced, that they've chosen to live in, and not have something intrude upon them without some way of mitigating that. And so our process goes through that mitigation of looking at bulk control, and maybe that's kind of a tough name. It's more about form-based design. We're trying to get a form that works better within the context of the neighborhood and makes it predictable as to what can be built before. This whole thing came from the issues in East Sacramento about McMansions, and I think most people remember that. Very large houses being built in smaller scale neighborhoods, which were just huge. A lot of money, a lot of things being built. So it's been fairly consistent through that process to be able to be respectful of the neighborhood while we're trying to maximize what someone can have as far as a project.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And, Natomas, we're high density everywhere, so it's a little different, and it's something that where I probably don't get as many appeals as other council members in other parts of the city. Does this ordinance speed up our planning application process in any way?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
Does it speed up the planning application, building permit process in any way?
I don't know that it has any impact on the permit process. So we go through a planning review, we create a record of decision, that project goes forward and it goes into a building permit, processing permit, and then goes to construction. The time it takes to process within planning for a subjective review on, say, a residential project is typically, 6 weeks. And it really depends on how many other departments it has. If it has to go through public works and driveways and the like, it takes longer. But it's a relatively quick process. Okay. And we don't review everything.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember, may I also add to Bruce's response? Yeah, and so the intent of this ordinance is to allow uses that is currently not allowed. So in that sense, if someone wants to build a multi-unit dwelling right now in the R1 zone, that's not allowed. They would have to rezone. So in this sense, this ordinance, in many cases, is saving time and cost in that sense, because now we wouldn't have to rezone their property. And now this is a use that's allowed by right. And so, we're talking about 70% of the city's residential zoned land, which are in these categories.
Okay, so it would expedite the process.
From that perspective.
That perspective. Okay, sounds good. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan, then we'll dive in. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't know who the right person to ask, but I just want to say, as everybody else has said, kudos, because you look at this document and you look at the details and you know how hard planning everything is, and we're now down to this one small bit that we're looking at potential innovation. How do we keep things the same? So I heard somebody come up and talk, and they bought a house in the mill. And they said that by us adopting this ordinance, it would make housing of what it looks like in the mill no longer allowable. Is that true or not?
So as you know, our city consists of a lot of different residential zones. So if there are many zones in the city that you can do what you see in the mill and beyond, right? You can go much higher. There's places in our city where there's no height limit. There are zones right above what we're talking about with R1 and R2. There are zones R3, R4. R4 allows 45 feet height limit. So there's a lot of places throughout the city that have these different zones. What we're talking about, obviously, are a lot of established neighborhoods, many with single-story homes that don't have these other structures next to them.
So to make sure that I understand, because I know a little, not a lot, and sometimes you answer and then I get confused. So this ordinance would not make mill-style housing harder to build throughout the city?
No, not at all. I mean, what we're introducing is housing types that you can't build right now in our established neighborhoods of R1, R1A, R1B, R2. We see these housing types, they're being built, of course. They're being built all over our city in the zones that permit that, R3, R4, R5, C1, C2, RMU, et cetera.
Okay. And then Bruce, you said something somewhat profound that just want clarification on. You said, you believe that people should have the right and some ability, and when they move into an area, design based off of context when you look at something in the area that they live in. So can you help me understand, if we remove bulk control and go to what the Planning and Design Commission said of removing bulk control from FIR 2.0 within a half a mile of transit, are you saying that there would be no tools in the city's toolbox that design on context of the neighborhood would be allowed?
That's correct. And I think it's one of the most critical things within what we're doing right now. Not everybody designs good homes. We get a lot of different things. Some of them are really bad. Some of them are really good. The tools that we use help the really bad ones get better. They may not get perfect, but they'll get better. If you're allowed to build a wall straight up for 35 feet, we don't have any tools to make that better. It's just a box and it can sit there.
And so there's no way we can put in design standards even just for citywide, which have nothing to do.
Yeah, so our citywide design guidelines, they are subjective. We're allowed to use them because state law says 2020 on, it's objective standards. So bulk control is an objective standard, so we can use that as a tool. But if we lose bulk control as a tool, we don't have any other standards that we can use. We can say put some shutters on and paint it a different color, but we're not going to be able to model it. Think of it more about volume than anything else. And if you have a block of clay, and if you choose the simplest form and you make it a rectangle, that's it. You can use that. But if we take that block of clay and begin to model the parts of it and the top of it to give it some shape, then that shape helps create some compatibility in the context of traditional residential projects. Now, to be clear, I live in a 3-story box. I don't have a problem with that as a design standard. It's how it's done, but it's next to a bunch of other 3-story boxes, so it fits in real well. When we went through this process, as heard, we heard early on the neighbors didn't like this idea at all. As we started talking about predictability, it will not look exactly like your neighborhood, but it'll look sort of like your neighborhood. That predictability began to win people over to the concept of allowing more units in a traditional looking form. We had a point where the consultant came to me and said, your bulk control is going to restrict the ability to achieve the FARs we want. You'll have to change it. So we now have 3 levels of bulk control. We have our standard R1 bulk control. You want to build a house, that's the one that's been existing for 20 years. We have a bulk control for FAR1, which is much more relaxed than our standard one. And then we have an even more relaxed one for FAR2. We're trying to be able to, at the end, create some predictability for the neighborhood. So we made a choice, which was let's modify this, take it as far as we can, but never lose sight that this is going into a neighborhood. It's going next door to somebody. And if it's not going next door to somebody, it's even more liberal. So we thought we pushed it as far as we could, and that was our choice at a staff level to say, this is our recommendation. This is where we think we should be. This is what we think respects neighborhood while creating the greatest yield. And with the bulk control, to be clear, you can achieve all of those FAR levels. You're not going to not get to the level because we modeled the bulk control to be able to allow the square footage to happen. It's just that we wanted to retain the tool of how to shape that 3rd floor.
Thank you.
Okay?
That was probably the best answer to the complex question that's in front of us. So I'm a little in the middle. I look forward to where you want to go, Mayor, but I have a couple of comments because like when I first moved to Sacramento, I lived in Oak Park. And I love the beauty and the diversity and the complexity of Oak Park. And then I moved downtown. And then I moved into Midtown, and I loved walking everywhere and how everything was different. And then because I was a new attorney and decided to take a public sector job making nothing, the only place I could afford a house of 914 square feet was a 0-lot property line in South Natomas. And I have lived in Natomas since 2001. And if you come to Natomas, as Karina knows, we're dense. Like all of these discussions you guys are having, I got 3 stories around me, 2 stories, duplexes together that look like houses. I don't have a backyard. I don't know. I barely had a side yard that touches the neighbor's house. So, you know, I come from a place of we need to build the missing middle because 20 some odd years ago, I was where all of you were, but I had the opportunity to pay $139,000 for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath, 914 square foot house that had no side yard, barely any backyard, and 1-car garage. But that's how I got my start. And I look at that and I look at how can we do things different and why should Midtown be the only cool, complex, 100-year-old buildings that are 6 to 8 that are unique, and why can't that be in our residential areas? And many have heard, I have lived in Europe, and you look at how Europe designs things, and I don't want our cities to be just downtown is cool and that's where it's walkable. Why can't we have those areas in the north and in the south and pockets of where I've got new housing proposals coming? Why can't I make it look like Midtown? And I know that requires, you know, probably amending the PUDs. I'm cool with that. So I was very supportive because I look things a little bit on the flip side. I have the hope and I also have the knowledge, having been in around design and developers, that they're really not going to build something that people hate and protest and are willing to be and work within there. That's why I was supportive of the Planning and Design Commission to remove bulk control on the FAR 2.0 that was in transit line, because we need to increase our density. When we talk about making walkable, safe cities and increasing public transit, you have to increase the density along the lines. And by the way, Natomas has been doing it. That's how Natomas was master planned. I welcome others to join on what it's like to live really close and not have enough parking and figure things out. And guess what? I love my neighborhood. Everybody loves Natomas. I think we need to share in all of that. So, Mayor, I believe in the. I'm not worried about the development that may come if we reduce bulk control outside of and go with what the Planning and Design Commission.
Okay, no, appreciate it. This is a tough one, everybody. Councilmember Tao, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want I've listened today to my colleagues, and first off, I'd like to commend staff. You know, when they briefed me on this item, I had a lot of questions, and especially looking into the missing middle housing ordinance, right, and discussion on how we're gonna get that ordinance going, and this progressive housing ordinance. And I like the idea that, you know, we are, this bold move that the city is, this progressive move that we're doing to get more housing for folks in the city. Definitely with North Sacramento, we're more of an older neighborhood with a lot of vacant lots. But then tonight, I know staff did a really good job with discussing where bulk control is going to be, where it's not going to be, and there's a variance. And so I would just like to commend that. And I feel like this interim ordinance will do justice for us to test it out for a year to see where that discussion's going, because I know there's a lot of folks in my neighborhood who are in a really old area that's a one-story suburb that are really scared of a three-story building right next to them, you know, even a two-story. And so definitely I feel that this interim ordinance is will allow time for the people to see the benefits of this type of housing. And so I think Councilmember Venezuela was right when she talked about how this ordinance will be that middle ground for a year, and we will revisit that. And so definitely with the short-term housing as well.
Very good, thank you. So let's take a tally here for a minute. There are 4 members who are clearly in favor of the staff recommendation. By the way, what a thoughtful conversation. 4 who are clearly in favor. There are, well, hold on, my count here. There's 2 who are disposed to provide a different standard specifically for FAR2, and then there are 3 members, including myself, who have not yet fully articulated their position. So this is a close one. So I want to say a couple of things and put out a thought here, all right? And first of all, a comment, a little editorial comment about the politics here, and something that bothered me tonight. And some of you know my history. I'm the author of Senate Bill 375, the seminal state bill that encourages infill housing. I'm predisposed, I think, towards the argument that Councilmember Kaplan just articulated, that we need to have the most aggressive policies about densifying near transit lines. I really believe that, but something that bothered me tonight, and I love our YIMBY advocates, I think they've done tremendous work, but please don't argue that the people of East Sacramento are white and rich. Don't do it. It's wrong. And you ought to be moving towards the community, not separating people. That's not what this is about. You know, I've had my differences with some of the neighborhoods in East Sacramento and this and that throughout my tenure on some policies, homeless policy, this or that. But everybody, including East Sacramento and Land Park and these communities and neighborhoods, have been full partners and participants in this progressive housing policy. The rhetoric is important here, and we need to be about coming together, not separating each other, regardless of good faith points of view on wherever it is we might land. So that's one thing. The second thing is, and Mr. Monahan's great, been around a long time, fantastic. All of you do fantastic work, and there's no but to that. But Lisa Kaplan really, so we asked the first set of questions whether or not for somebody who wants to push a project that would that would not be consistent with the bulk control requirement, is there a variance possibility? And the answer was yes. Okay. But we're in a box here, and I'm not sure if it's a box that is just the way that it is, or whether or not you, in a intelligent way, have put us in the box. And this is what I mean by that. It's Councilmember Kaplan's question. The point that the YIMBY coalition makes, which I think is a good point, is that any policy that the city sets like this may send an inadvertent negative market signal, right? If bulk control is overdone, especially along the transit corridor, it may send a market signal that you can't do more innovative housing types. Unintended, but that could be the risk. And what you said to us tonight, in answer to Councilmember Kaplan's question, is that the only protection is bulk control. And I want to at least explore here with the potential compromise whether or not bulk control is the only remedy. Because I believe the neighborhood always deserves to have a voice. And if Mr. Nguyen's drawing there of that horrible looking cement block in the middle of the neighborhood is a potential reality, then we need to protect against that. But I'm not yet convinced that bulk control is the only way to achieve that. For example, a letter from one of the advocates here, and Vice Mayor Maple handed this to me in the middle of the hearing, they asked this question. They say, perhaps something simple and objective like new structures shall be no more than 1 story taller than adjacent residential structures and shall not shade existing solar panels on adjacent properties might be a protection. So in other words, you have, I guess, still a form of bulk control, but you allow for the building of 3 stories if the block that the development is proposed for already has 2 stories. I mean, why isn't that another form of protection other than this objective but kind of rigid standard here? And so I wonder, and I want to put this out to my colleagues, even those who have said that they're for the staff recommendation, whether you would consider a differentiation between FAR 1 and 2. FAR 1, by the way, is the heart of the neighborhoods where bulk control would apply fully. But FAR 2, within a much closer distance to transit lines, still hits some of the neighborhoods, but not nearly as much, not have bulk control, but instead have a different set of protections. And I know that Mr. Hurdle and Mr. Monahan, and maybe we can put some of this up on the screen here because I won't do justice to it if I try to read some of these other protections. But I know throughout the day that we have been working some on what some of those other protections for the neighborhood might be. And if we could put that up, this document, yes, and go through a couple of these things. And maybe you can help me a little bit.
Sorry.
What?
So it's on screen.
Well, okay, hold on. Oh, boy. The import of this, as I understand it, is that the citywide single-unit dwelling and duplex dwelling guidelines would still apply, that the aggregate length of all dormers and other extensions that extend beyond a roof line would not exceed 60% of the width of the building facade, that while bulk control would not apply to FAR 2 along the transit corridors, that there would still be a significant setback requirement, the greater of 12.5 feet or the greater of 60% of either the 2 nearest building setbacks. And maybe you would want to add what I just described in this letter, which is that you can't go in FAR2 any higher than 1 story above what the highest story is on a block. So you couldn't go from 1 story to 3 stories on a particular block.
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Because I want to make sure I understand, and maybe that'll give the audience time to read this.
Okay.
Isn't that more restrictive than what staff is proposing? Because staff currently is basically saying the only conditions would apply on a 3rd story, even if you're surrounded by single stories. If you say it's only 1 story above and we're concerned about market signals, isn't that more restrictive?
Well, I'd listen to Ben, but I mean, I'm trying to, if bulk control sends the wrong market signal, all I'm trying to do here is explore whether or not there might be another set of conditions that would protect the neighborhoods from bad and overly bulky design. And so is what I described more restrictive or not? Because, go ahead, Ben.
No, I mean, to me, this sounds potentially like a reasonable compromise. So I think what the proposal, and I think this came from the architects, from the American Institute of Architects letter, would be just that it can't be more than 1 story more than its neighbors. So if you have a 1-story building next door, you can build a 2-story building. If you have a 2-story building next door, you can build a 3-story building. Part of the reason why this, I'm curious staff's thoughts, but my biggest concern is that if we're not legalizing a simple 3-story form in any of our neighborhoods, then there's going to be no momentum to build that. And even if we start to see missing middle housing types developed, we're never going to have that natural experiment.
But you're willing to live with no 3-story unless there's at least a 2-story on a given block, and only in the transit areas.
I mean, my view from an affordable, I'd be curious. I don't want to speak for everybody, but my view is that when it comes to affordable units, that maintaining the ability to build simply is more important than maximizing someone's ability to do complex custom dormers.
Okay.
So, yes.
So, go ahead, staff. Mr. Hurdle.
Yeah, just a couple points here. So my quick analysis here would be overall it would result in less housing because we're talking about 3 stories, 90% of the 3rd story being livable areas. We're still talking about square footage that meets FAR2 or FAR1 throughout our city. The other thing is if we're looking at the complexity of our vision, we would have to go back and work with our attorneys on these ordinance changes and come back at a later date because there's
I understand.
Okay.
It's, you don't want to legislate from the dais too much, but on the other hand, you have division here around whether or not this bulk control throughout the entire city sends a bad market signal. And I think we're all trying to take that seriously while protect the neighborhoods. And you've presented us one alternative. And I'm simply asking whether or not there might be other alternatives besides the design review that you already have that would provide that protection. And if the answer is you're not sure, then I guess we could either we could take a vote on the concept that I put out with obviously another vote in a couple of weeks with specific language. I could put that forward as a substitute motion, or there's the main motion. But I put it out as much more to my colleagues as we try to bring people together here, which is always part of our job, and see if there is something more to talk about here. And I think, some of you who are for the staff recommendation may want to weigh in and say whether or not you're willing to consider that, because it's worth taking a little bit more time. I know this is only a year-long ordinance. I said that at the very beginning. I think maybe we're making way too much of this anyways, but this is our community, and everybody cares and genuinely cares. So why not worth the try?
Oh, if Eric's next.
Go ahead, Eric's next. Go ahead.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. Mayor, but I actually think that overcomplicates the current
undoubtedly.
process. And now, and I agree with my colleague, Councilmember Kaplan, in her area where they're already built out 2 to 3 story high we're next to each other, because I got a lot of my friends who moved over there. That's not an issue. But, I think why this is, I feel we're going through an unneeded compromise. Not only that I feel like there's enough votes for this to move forward, that's just my gut sense, but I can only speak to how it affects the council district that I'm elected to represent. And number one, without a doubt, I agree that density along transit lines is critical, which is why we push for changes along Stockton Boulevard to make it a C2 zone, where all down that corridor you can build up to 75 feet. And in fact, we're doing 4 or 5 story, 6-story buildings. You could just go over to Lawrence and Stockton and see that happening. So yes, that is a big issue. The worry I have here is not so much, say East Sacramento or that area. They similar housing types in some of it, but if you go down to 56th and Fruit Ridge, those are working class folks, again, and I will say folks who bought their home with the very little means that they had, with a certain aspect, and now all of a sudden there isn't going to be any, at least subjectiveness to that single-story community. This is actually much more progressive to figure out how we can maximize off of Fruit Ridge and 55th Street and still have the density along the corridor. So what staff has proposed already has that mixed in already. You have higher density, then you bring it down, so you have Stockton Boulevard, where we're moving there, where you can get 4 to 5 story. You got FAR2, where it goes 3 story. You got FAR1, where it goes 1 to 2 story. Staff has put together a simplistic form already. So I think your proposal, while well-meaning, I think overcomplicates it.
Yes, Councilmember Valenzuela.
So I'm itching to ask the question of what is the problem we're trying to solve? Because as I understand it, and staff, please interject if I start to mischaracterize something, or Bruce, just throw a hand, right? This is the only tool that the staff has to govern third stories. If we take it away in any form, as I understand state law, they can't objectively say, hey, we don't like that third story. That's it. Like, if they would have no tool in a circumstance. And Bruce reviews, I mean, they see these projects. I appreciate my colleagues' deference to the development community, but sometimes there are bad projects. And like, if they don't have this tool, there's nothing they can do. And in most cases, if it fits the nearby community, they might say, hey, it's no big deal. And if they don't say that, the developer can ask for a hearing, in which case if the neighbors say it's no big deal, it's no big deal, right? So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, like, I don't see this as an iron box that we're putting ourselves in when it comes to this third story. I see staff has created a tool that is complex, but is a tool that allows them to address the variety of circumstances that they might see on a third story. And this will take that tool away from them. And under state law, under your thing, if it's 2 stories, 3 stories, there's nothing else they can do. It's automatically approved. And I think that's the other part that I really want to make super clear is, like, what we're talking about is what's like automatically approved versus what staff gets a voice in approving. And I think we're permitting quite a bit under this as it is. So I just want to just name, like, what is the problem we're trying to solve? Because I get the worries about market signals, but, like, in the end,
That's the worry.
in the end, staff is telling us that, like, 95% of the time, like, it's fine. And so I guess I'm curious, like, in those few circumstances where they're able to work with the developer to make improvements, or in the few cases the developer comes to a hearing, like, I imagine whole scenarios here. Like, I did the Urban Ag Coalition, right? I have no people who use their backyard gardens as a source of income. You come in, build a third story next to them, their income's gone, right? It's not just solar panels. There's 100 different scenarios in 100 different areas that could, neighborhoods that could happen. So I just don't know why taking away this tool is such a deal breaker, given staff's track record and being pretty progressive and approving projects that come from.
First of all, I think you're making a really good argument.
Okay.
So this is
And
what the
people are
dialogue is.
entitled to disagree. I don't understand what we're trying to solve.
Well, we're trying to respond to the concern of some of our most forward-thinking housing advocates that we are going to send a negative market signal. That's what it is. That's the concern, that the objective standard is too restrictive. And so all we're doing is trying to unpack that and not create any unintended consequences. Councilmember Kaplan may have a suggestion. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate how you put things in perspective. And thank you, Councilmember Valenzuela, because I always ask when we're trying to do something, what's the problem? and what's the problem we're trying to solve. And I think the thing is one of the things we always ask is, what's the data? What does the data say? And then if we're doing something new, what is the data that we're gathering? And is it a problem? Do we need to look at it? And do we need to change it? So what I love is a year from now, we're gonna come back. I can read the room. My opinion has not changed. But what I would like is, as we move forward with the staff suggestion, I think between now and then, we need to start gathering the data. What did this have an effect on the market? Is it producing the housing in the missing middle that we thought it was? And for me, what I hear a lot of times is the streamlining process. Developers say, I followed this, and then somebody says, oh, this was an objective standard. No, I'm saying it's this. What does tree shading mean for single versus duplexes? How do you interpret that? One says this way, one says that way. And all of a sudden, a year later, you're still talking about building housing and not moving forward. And so for me, the problem I look at this is, how do we streamline? Because I think sometimes subjectiveness is coming in and it prevents housing from getting built faster. So I want to see data a year from now as we come back and talk. Are there concerns? And then I'm with the mayor. Okay, I hear bulk control, but nobody has truly laid out, but then again, I haven't spent enough time and haven't bent all of the attorney's ears. Why can't we write or put in certain PUD or other standards and just remove bulk control? Why does it have to be bulk control? So there's time between now and then, because maybe there is some way of removing bulk control that allows for streamlining, but then still allows for the protection in the neighborhoods. And I'd like to spend this next year, that if there are examples, if EMB has that we start gathering that, so that when it comes back, we can really look at, because I can tell you, I will still be here. So these are the questions I'm going to ask. So you now have a year to come back with some data to answer them.
I'll remember the council member's motion includes the 3-month comeback, right?
Which I'm not sure how much, because housing moves slow. That we'll know in 3 months, but I am supportive of Councilmember Valenzuela's guideline, especially if we're building this housing, restricting it so that it doesn't become part of the rental share market, but it actually goes to Sacramentans.
Okay, I think last comment from Vice Mayor Maple, and then we're going to take a vote, I think, on the motion on the floor.
All right, thank you, Mayor, and just want to appreciate all my colleagues for the robust debate. I think this has been really helpful, I think, not just for me, but for the audience, and it's not often that we get so in-depth on housing. But I do want to respond quickly to Councilmember Valenzuela's question about what problem we're trying to solve for here. And I think about this a little bit more globally. One of the things that we've seen from our governor, from our attorney general, and from others at the state level, and a lot of the laws that are coming down that are making streamlining processes for housing, is that we've seen when we have processes that involve a lot of neighborhood involvement, which I'm totally supportive of, it has also led to less housing being built and less dense housing being built over time. And to me, that is part of the problem that I'm trying to solve for, is creating more ways that we can more efficiently and quickly build housing in neighborhoods so that people want to live in, right? Because we're not talking about, all over the city. We're talking about in neighborhoods where it's really, really hard to build dense housing. And so that's what I want to see. I want to see us be a little bit more flexible. I want to see us see cool projects get built in some of these neighborhoods where they probably won't under a bulk control requirement. And it seems like that's not on in the cards today, but I'll certainly keep pushing. And I just really appreciate the conversation.
Great conversation, and thank you. Last context to go back full circle. This is progressive policy. Even this vote is going to pass with. This is progressive policy, and it's not the end of this particular conversation. And it's one thing, I think Vice Mayor Maple makes a really good point, at least the way I hear it, is that, if we were like arguing, if somebody was arguing for some restrictive housing policy, this would be a totally different conversation. But this is, we've gone 100 miles in a short period of time, and whether or not we go 105 or 110 here. So let's keep that in perspective, because we're all doing the right thing and trying to continue to do the right thing. Please call the vote on the motion.
Thank you. And Councilmember Valenzuela, will you confirm that you opened and closed the public
Yes, I
hearing?
did,
Yes.
Madam Clerk, thank you.
And that was a second by Councilmember Jennings?
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Kaplan? Councilmember Tao? Mayor Pro Tem Talamantes?
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maple?
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra?
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings? Yes. Councilmember Vang? Yes. And Mayor Steinberg?
Yes. Right, 9-0. Very good. Thank you, everybody. Proud of everybody. Good discussion. All right, we now move to the last item of the night, which is a third-party appeal of the Planning and Design Commission's determination of the CEQA exemption for the American River 1 project.
Hello, welcome. I think we'll wait just another second while people file out. All right. You're welcome to proceed.
You ready to go?
Let's go.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem. Are you the Mayor Pro Tem?
I'm the vice mayor.
The Vice
Pro
Mayor.
Tem.
Okay, excuse me. I'm not here very often, so I'm Tom Buford. I'm Principal Planner. I'm the Manager of Environmental. We don't often get to visit City Council, and we certainly don't get to make many presentations. So tonight, in an unusual series of events, we're here, and it's a pleasure being here. I'm here with Armando Lopez, primarily from our design staff. We're talking about American River 1. American River 1 is located at the end of Burkett, near the American River. 4 residential towers, 787 dwelling units, 4,000 square feet retail on 3 acres. It needed a site plan and design review and a tree permit, and was heard by the design director, and then was appealed to the Planning and Design Commission, and eventually approved by the Design Commission, denying the appeal by Save the American River Association. After the Planning and Design Commission, the appeals on the entitlements were final. So there were no more appeals. There was no appeal of the site plan and design review to bring it to City Council. However, state law provides that in cases where the CEQA determination is made by a non-elected body in an agency such as the city that has an elected body such as the City Council, the appeal of the determination under the California Environmental Quality Act can be brought to the City Council. So we're here tonight only on the CEQA, which is why you're talking to me and not to one of the other people that spent an enormous amount of time reviewing this project and going through it. One of the key elements that we have tonight comes from SB 743 with the Sustainable Community Strategy. I've got it up here. I think you're familiar with them. The objectives were to combat climate change and reduce greenhouse gas emissions, encourage infill development, promote multimodal transportation networks, and this project fits very nicely into that. And as part coming out of SB 743 was the key element that we have tonight, which is Public Resources Code section that applies for an exemption from review for projects, as I've got up here, residential or mixed use, consistent with a specific plan for which we certified an EIR. In this case, it's the River District Specific Plan, consistent with the Sustainable Community Strategy that is adopted by SACOG, and located in a transit priority area. That's the basis for our exemption, and we're here tonight pretty much to talk about 21155.4. If the conditions of 21155.4 are met, then it also provides that there is relief from 21155.4, and you can undertake more environmental review. If there is a change in the project, and in this case, there is no change in the project, this project complies and is consistent with the River District specific plan, which is the plan we're referencing. If there's a change in circumstances under which the specific plan has been developed, and I read all the materials, I haven't seen that claim. I don't think that claim would be have any merit. The River District specific plan was adopted in 2011. We've seen development within the River District specific plan, but the development has been pretty much as we anticipated and hoped for. We're, of course, right now undertaking a revision to the specific plan, but there has been no change in circumstances. And what we're left with is to gain relief from and engage in more environmental review. It would have to be a showing that there's been no new information, which was not known, it could not have been known at the time the River District specific plan, EIR, was certified, which was in 2011. We have a lot of information that we've brought forward to the City Council and our staff report. As you've seen, we've had numerous additional supplemental materials that have come to you from the applicant, from Save the American River Association, and from LIUNA. And as recently as this morning, you received a memo from my office this morning to give you some additional background. I know you've got several attorneys to talk to or hear from soon, and I don't want to get in their way. We'd be happy to answer any questions. We're here with staff and available for your assistance.
Thank you so much. Before we move on to hear from the proponents, any initial questions from my colleagues? Seeing none. All right. We'd love to hear from.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Love to hear from the project proponents, please. Welcome.
Hi. Is there slides that go with this or not?
Madam City Clerk.
I can wave them around at a very small scale.
Staff, do we have slides for this?
There we go.
Excellent.
Magic.
Easy. Thank you. So thank you very much. This is clearly survival of the fittest. I'm glad that you're still awake and active this evening. My job here is, my name's Julian Watt. I'm a principal and studio director of LPA with a design firm that was engaged by the client to develop this project and to find what was possible for the program on this site. So the purpose of these slides are to help give you some context of the project design to enable, to put that in context when you start to hear the remaining discussions. So actually, how do I forward this? Is it via this one? Oh, here we are. Excellent. Brilliant, thank you. So with any good site, it's about the gifts of the site. So on the left of this slide, the gifts of the site are fairly obvious. It's all about the connection and visibility of the American River and the connection to the river trails that go with it. Equally important is your connection to the city via multi-modes of transport and by sightlines as well. There's an awful lot going on in this part of the city. A lot of it's still yet to be built out. The rail yard development's only a stone's throw away. Kaiser are building a hospital, and there's over $1 billion being spent in the new Richard Boulevard's city complex. On the right-hand side is a simple plan. Just to put context to this, so there's 4 main building elements in here built over a 2-story podium that fills a fair portion of the site with roughly 20-foot setbacks all around. The building components themselves step down towards the river, and they also step down going from west to east. As part of that, it's important to think about how we're getting porosity of nature through the building design itself. It doesn't become a concrete monolith, and also that you've got visibility, so sight lines passing through that site as well, and then how we can try and connect the public realm as it traverses through the building and through the site and onto the riverscape or up onto the podium, or in the case of the residences, on the upper levels as well. The next slide here just shows you that nature is trying to pull that natural environment through onto multiple levels, and that podium level is actually another ground plane. And so it's about trying to get people up onto that level and also pull nature into that space as well, as much as you possibly can. The next series of slides through here are trying to give you a sense of the scale and finish and materiality of this building. Any good design, and I hope Bruce will back me up on this one, is it needs to have variety, okay? It needs to have visual interest, and we do this in multiple different ways. So in this building, there are inset balconies to create shade and shadow. There are balconies that project out to do the same, but in reverse. There is vertical perforated screens that provide a different level of shading. There's horizontal louvers on the south-facing sides and vertical louvers on the west. All of it's performative. All of it provides variety, not just for you and I, and for people who are inside this building, but it's also important that that variety is for birds, which has been raised in one of the components coming up later. This view here is down from the plaza side, which faces out onto Burkett Drive. The steps up there is what takes you up onto the podium level above. This is a view from the opposite side of the river, essentially at an elevated point, as if you're on a drone, should we say, looking back at the building, and you start to get a sense of the form that's stepping down towards the river, so we're reducing its height, and it's also stepping down as it goes eastward to the left-hand side of the screen. This is a shot from the exterior looking back down Burkett Drive towards the entry plaza. The last one is a shot at night of the exterior lighting. And it gives you another sense of the scale of the building as it steps across the site. The building itself provides a variety of different programs. And so this was based on a market study by the client for what was achievable in this city. And so this is a mixture of studio units, one-bedroom units, and two-bedroom units, as well as the commercial opportunities that have already been cited before. It's important when we design these buildings that they're performative. Okay, it's not just to look pretty. We need these things to work well, and in Sacramento, as many of us have already argued on the other proponent, is about trees, and it's important to think about canopy. And so through this, these are tall buildings. We need to manage the solar gain, particularly the south and the west, and we do this for a variety of different ways. So there's deep plan louvers on the south facade, which is going to help bounce the light into the deep of the units in the winter and shield them in the summertime. And then on the western facade, it's all about actually trying to stop that low-angle sun hitting any glass and hitting any parts of the building. These are some more examples of that development from sightlines from in and how the louvers work. The next series of slides here are actually responding to how the building sits within the site and what it responds to in terms of its district specific plan and the height zones within that plan. So it's located over two lots. One is allowed to be built to 200 feet tall, while the other is 35 feet. And so through the process that Bruce was illuminating under the last discussion is that this project has asked for a variance in this to build and change the height limits so we can terrace the building down more sensibly towards the 35-foot limit in the blue here. So the next series of slides show the building in white as a simple form and amongst the extruded forms of the height limits in the adjacent areas. And the point for this one is that the built forms behind are 150 feet already, and so this enables us to still terrace down to 35 feet. Whether we built to 35 feet or not, you're still going to be seeing the 150 feet behind. These are some 3D views of the same thing. The same presentation was what was presented to the Planning and Design Commission and resulted in a unanimous verdict. The next two slides are of views looking down the street. So this is looking north up Burkett Street. The impact of the project is fairly minimal in the scale of the built around the capacity around those sites. And then the last one is looking back from the proposed train station stop along 9th Street. This is going back to plans and sections. So again, it's to do with the view shafts going between the buildings and how we step down towards the riverfront. The same thing in section. So it's taking the actual tree heights that have been measured via topographical survey to understand what the impact is of sightlines on the other side of the river. And the point for this is reiterating the same thing, is that you're stepping the building down to get a better design. And this is only possible through going through the site plan design review with the city to come up with a better outcome for this site. The last slide in here, which is all part of the site plan design review submission for materiality, is it's reiterating the point I made before about having variety. It's important to have color, texture, and transition, and to create shade and depth through the building. So it's all about that total composition. And that's not just for the residents within, it's for the people in the public looking at the building itself, as well as what's been mentioned before about birds flying around this site. You need to have something that's visible and can be identified by birds, and that's achieved by having there are multiple different materiality that can be picked up and visualized and seen, and obviously flown away from, as opposed to flying into a glass block, which this building is not. The last series of slides here are responding to some prior concerns around the exterior lighting. It confirms that all of the exterior lights were selected, and the photometric studies were taken at all levels of all exterior lighting to comply with Dark Skies Initiative, and that's why this was passed by both the Director Review and also the Planning Commission. And so that's just walking us through the various levels, including the upper terrace levels as well. So that concludes the context presentation. If there's any immediate questions on this, I can provide those now. Otherwise, I'll hand over to Sabrina.
Any immediate questions from colleagues? Okay, with that, we will, thank you so much. With that, we will hear from our appellants.
Actually, I would like to continue the presentation
Oh,
for
I'm
the
sorry.
applicant, if I may.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Sorry about that. I'm Sabrina Teller. I'm with the law firm Remy Moose Manley. We represent the owners of the project, 500 Burkut LLC and IM Investments, Inc. And I just want to take a few minutes to address some of the points made in the multiple appeal letters that you've received from the Laborers International Union and the Save the American River Association. So first, I want to touch on the points raised by LIUNA regarding formaldehyde exposure. So in the letter from LIUNA, the follow-up letter just this afternoon, they attempt to refute the city staff's reasons proposed in the staff report for finding the union's hired gun consultant on formaldehyde not credible. But notably, LIUNA does not address the various additional reasons that we provided to the Planning and Design Commission when LIUNA first raised this issue, which further demonstrate why their expert is literally unbelievable. First, LIUNA would have you believe that the state and local air staff regulators have gotten it all wrong on formaldehyde regulation, and they're the only one who knows the truth about what those impacts are going to be. But their predictions and modeling, as I'm going to explain, are not credible. LIUNA's analysis is based on a series of highly misleading assumptions stated at pages 4 and 5 of their experts' report, including the assumption that the project's construction materials won't comply with applicable regulations to reduce formaldehyde exposure, that formaldehyde daily emissions from construction materials would be constant for over 70 years, that residents would live in their units for 70 years, and that employees at the site would work at the project site for 8 hours a day, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year for 45 years. None of these assumptions are consistent with EPA's science and guidance for how to perform risk assessments or any other relevant data. In fact, construction materials would comply with all applicable regulations. The amount of formaldehyde off-gassing from construction materials decreases over time. It is not constant, as stated by LiUNA's consultant. The fact that formaldehyde decreases over time, you don't have to take a lawyer's word for it. This is from EPA's March 2024 Indoor Exposure Assessment Guidance document at pages 31 and 34 to 35. Per the US EPA, lifetime risk values for residents should be based on an exposure duration of 30 years, not 70. And that fact is from a 2008 technical support document that summarizes EPA's guidance for how to identify and select standardized human exposure scenarios selected for risk assessment evaluation at page 3-11. That 30-year assumption for inhalation of contaminants in a residential context is also supported by 1991 guidance from EPA at page 15. And I'm going to hand you into the record all of these sources which we previously cited. And then lastly, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, the median number of years workers remain in a job is about 4 years, not 45 years. That fact is from a 2022 news release by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, reporting that the median number of years that wage and salary workers have been with their current employer was 4 years in January 2022, post-pandemic. Now, I provided all of these citations and the data to the Planning and Design Commission in response to LiUNA's original letter asserting those claims. I just provided the citations. Tonight, I'd like to hand out the actual sources that I printed out and highlighted for the record. So even now, 3 months after our response listing all of the various ways in which the consultant made grossly misleading and frankly excessive assumptions underlying that modeling and predictions, those have not been rebutted by LiUNA's expert. They've had that for 3 months. They haven't bothered to respond to it. And because of that misleading and frankly, I think dishonest assertion of sky is falling with regard to formaldehyde, the council would be absolutely justified in finding LiUNA's claims not credible and rejecting their appeal. So briefly, I want to touch on the biological claims that they raised for the first time a couple of days ago. Notably, as we explained in our quick response to that letter, none of the species that the consultant claims to have observed using the site are special status species. And they present no evidence demonstrating that any effect of the project on these highly mobile species would be so substantial as to override CEQA's typically limited focus on special status species and warrant analysis in a new EIR. They disregard the fact that the 2011 EIR for the River District Specific Plan did consider impacts on wildlife associated with removing trees in which birds could be nesting, and the city adopted at that time the standard set of mitigation measures widely accepted all over the state, requiring pre-construction nesting surveys and avoidance of disturbance to nesting birds in compliance with the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. The fact that the construction of this project would necessitate the removal of some mature trees on the site, which could be seasonal homes to nesting birds, is not a new impact. The conditions approved for this project already include that previously adopted mitigation, as CEQA requires for subsequent projects after a plan EIR. So regarding the potential for bird collisions with the buildings, our architect has already covered that issue, but I think the important point to take away from his presentation is that the project design is by no means this uninterrupted multi-story expanse of sheer glass that's going to be invisible to birds. You can see in his presentation the articulation and the visibility of that design. And lastly, I want to touch on the appeal by the Save the American River Association. We responded to their letter as well on August 2nd, which is in your record. And we noted then, and as staff have covered very capably in their staff report, there's absolutely no evidence that the planned transit stop at Richardson North 3rd, which qualifies this project as within a transit priority area, will be moved as a result of any future environmental review for the Green Line. Speculation is not evidence, and Sarah points to nothing besides wishful thinking that this is going to occur. The plain language of the statutory exemption at Public Resources Code section 21155.4 allows for reliance on a planned stop, which both the city and SACOG have explicitly confirmed that this stop is. So we respectfully request that the council deny both appeals and affirm the determination that the project is exempt from CEQA. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Any initial questions before we move on? Well, thank you very much. What we'll do next is we'll hear from the appellants, and then we'll have an opportunity for rebuttal if necessary, and then we'll move on into public comment and then comments from my colleagues. Welcome.
Good evening. Before the meeting, I asked about the overhead camera. Good evening, Mayor and honorable council members and city staff. My name is Kyla Staley, and I'm an attorney with the law firm Lozo Drury, here on behalf of Appellant Laborers International Union of North America, Local Union 185, or LIUNA. LIUNA respectfully requests that the City Council grant the appeal and find that the American River 1 project is not exempt from CEQA, and instead recommend that a subsequent environmental impact report, or EIR, be prepared to evaluate significant impacts to biological resources and indoor air quality. In the time I have, I would like to discuss why the project cannot be exempt from CEQA. As was previously stated, there are certain circumstances where a project cannot qualify for the exemption. One is if there are substantial changes in circumstances requiring major revisions to the certified EIR, or if there is new information which was not known and could not have been known when the EIR was certified, and both of those circumstances are present here. The city staff here argues that the project is exempt from CEQA because it is consistent with the River District Specific Plan, the EIR for which was certified in 2011. However, the project cannot be exempt because there is new information and substantial changes in circumstances regarding potentially significant impacts to biological resources and indoor air quality. The presence of two rare species, the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker, on the project site and significant impacts to these species is new information that was not known and could not have been known when the 2011 EIR was certified. And the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker are both listed as birds of conservation concern by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and they are on that list because they have been designated as a priority for conservation, making them rare. And the 2011 EIR declined to analyze impacts to these rare birds because they did not occur within the River District Pacific Plan development area on the land side of the river levees where the project is located. And I brought some excerpts from the draft, or the EIR, the 2011 EIR. On the left side, there is the highlighted portion that states that the River District Plan would not develop areas on the water side of the river levees, and therefore the impacts on that side would not be analyzed. And then turning to the biological resources assessment of the AR, which is on your right side, the highlighted portion states that the riparian habitat, which, as a reminder, is on the water side of the levees, is the riparian habitat that is used by the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker. So in 2011, you have these two rare species on the water side of the levees, but not on the land side, which is where the project is located. However, our expert biologist, wildlife biologist, Dr. Smallwood, went to the site and observed the yellow-billed magpie and the Nuttall's woodpecker on the land side of the levees, utilizing the project site to rest and socialize and forage, and he also captured this picture of these two yellow-billed magpies. One is a baby, just walking on the project site, right on it. And since 2011, the species populations numbers have drastically declined, showing that the circumstances of the yellow-billed magpie have changed substantially. Dr. Smallwood also gathered new information of significant impacts to the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker, including interference with wildlife movement and bird window collisions. Since the 2011 EIR did not analyze impacts to these species, as they were not on the site in 2011, these impacts were not contemplated. However, Dr. Smallwood concluded that the construction of 4 212 feet high residential towers would prevent the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker from using and flying over the site, and also increase the mortality of these birds due to bird window collisions. These two significant impacts identified by Dr. Smallwood were not known and could not have been known when the 2011 EIR was certified, since the yellow-billed magpie and Nuttall's woodpecker did not occur on the project site in 2011. Finally, Dr. Smallwood also found new information of a significant impact regarding the project's inclusion of a dog park. Dr. Smallwood cited a 2016 study that found dog parks displace and disturb wildlife. Given that this study was published after 2011, the harmful impacts that a dog park could have on wildlife were not known and could not have been known when the EIR was certified. Due to the new information of significant impacts to biological resources identified by Dr. Smallwood, the project cannot be exempt from CEQA. With respect to the project's impacts on indoor air quality, LIUNA submitted comments from Francis Offerman, an expert industrial hygienist and indoor environmental engineer. In his comments, Mr. Offerman discussed the new scientific information about the excessive health risks caused by commonly used formaldehyde-emitting building materials. City staff issued a report responding to LIUNA stating that had not presented new information of a significant impact on indoor air quality. This is incorrect for several reasons. First, the staff report argues that the issues surrounding formaldehyde emissions were known when the 2011 EIR was certified, because in 2007, the California Air Resources Board, or CARB, implemented regulations to reduce formaldehyde emissions from common building products. However, it's the effectiveness of CARB's regulations that were not known and could not have been known at the time the 2011 EIR was certified. In his comments, Mr. Offerman cites to a 2020 study that found that even after the implementation of the 2007 CARB regulations, average indoor emissions of formaldehyde remained at levels that result in a median lifetime cancer risk of 120 per million. Notably, this cancer risk of 120 per million greatly exceeds the 10 per million cancer risk threshold set out by the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District. This new scientific study showing that indoor formaldehyde emissions still create a significant cancer risk despite CARB's regulations constitutes new information of a significant impact. Second, the staff report argues that LIUNA has not provided substantial evidence that the project will be constructed with building materials containing significant amounts of formaldehyde. It is not the public's duty to investigate the project's impacts, but rather the city's. It is the city's duty to determine whether the building materials used for the project will be toxic to future residents, because if the project uses these common building materials containing formaldehyde, the project will be toxic to future residents. Third, the staff report argues that the Sacramento Metropolitan Air Quality Management District's significant threshold for cancer risks is not applicable to outdoor air. However, nowhere is this stated in the Air Quality Management District's CEQA guide for analyzing air quality emissions. Fourth, the staff report argues that the city need not consider the environmental impact of the project on itself. While CEQA does not generally require agencies to consider the environment's effect on a project, the California Supreme Court has held that CEQA does require agencies to analyze impacts on a project's users or residents that arise from the project's effects on the environment. Here, the formaldehyde emissions from the project will be, the formaldehyde emissions will be from the project, and future residents will be impacted by those emissions, which must be analyzed. Finally, the staff report argues that since the building materials are regulated by CARB and the California Building Standards Code, the city cannot interfere with these existing regulations. However, the existence of these regulations does not prevent the city from analyzing formaldehyde emissions, nor would using building materials that protect future residents from these harmful emissions interfere with these regulations. As an example, diesel trucks used to build a project are subject to CARB and EPA regulations. However, just because they are subject to these regulations does not mean that we can ignore their emissions and the health risks they pose. Similarly, while building emissions are regulated here, the fact that they are regulated is not a reason to disregard the health risks posed by these building materials. For these reasons, LIUNA respectfully requests that the City Council grant the appeal and find that the project is not exempt from CEQA. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Appreciate the presentation. At this time, I want to offer an opportunity for rebuttal if the applicants so choose.
Yeah, if I may, we have two.
Oh, that's right.
Forgive
me, I have moved ahead too
that's
quickly.
Okay.
welcome. We have a second appellant.
Thank you very much for hearing us out tonight. I know this is the end of a very long hearing. I just want to start by saying it's a pleasure to be speaking in front of this incredibly thoughtful body. Earlier tonight, we heard a discussion about how it's important to make sure that we're creating a city for everyone. The American River Parkway is a very large part of how we do that, and that's what I'd like to focus my discussion on tonight. Could we bring up the PowerPoint presentation? The one on the left. Yeah, there we go. Thank you very much. Do I have a clicker here? Yes. Okay, great. So what I want to talk to everyone tonight about is our clients' goals and concerns. I want to talk to you about CEQA. I want to talk to you about a little bit of the detail that we've heard tonight. But mostly what I want to talk to you about is Sacramento's Central Park, the crown jewel of Northern California and Sacramento, and what that means to the people of the city of Sacramento as well. I want to start with our clients' goals and concerns. Cities across our nation and across the world look to the American River Parkway as an example for how we can do intact wilderness in the middle of a densely populated urban area. And I want to underscore how important that is to the people of the city of Sacramento as Sacramento's backyard for everyone. I want to underscore, we're not saying no to development. And I want to thank all of the city staff and all of the city attorneys that we've had the pleasure of working with. And in all of their open-mindedness, one of the first questions that I was asked was, is there any way that your client would say yes to this project? And I want to underscore the answer to that is absolutely yes, there is. So as we're talking about what is the problem that we're trying to solve and why am I standing here? I'm not standing here saying, oh, this project is awful. No, I'm saying we want to make sure that this project is done right, in a way that complies with the law, in a way that respects the parkway, in a way that addresses the serious concerns that our client has based on all of their technical expertise and their decades of advocacy for the American River Parkway. That's the nuanced problem that we're trying to solve here. We're not trying to say no. We're trying to say yes and. I want to underscore, from a big picture standpoint, this project does need some level of environmental review. It does not qualify for the PRC 21155.4 exemption on numerous independent grounds. Look, we don't even understand the scope of the impacts that are going to need mitigation here because we haven't all been able to sit down and do that assessment. I want to talk about some of what we're concerned about. You've heard, oh, hey, the project, when we talk about lighting, yes, absolutely. I don't have any disagreement that all of the perimeter lights are up to the highest quality standards. I used to work at the Energy Commission. I used to work on lighting. They've actually done a fantastic job. That's not what we're concerned about. What we're concerned about is the 1.5 acre of glass. Not entirely uninterrupted glass, I'll grant that, but the 1.5 acres of glass that are presented to the American River Parkway 50 feet from the water, 50 feet from sensitive riparian habitat. We heard at the previous discussion on this that, hey, there's not a lot that the project applicant, there's not a lot that anybody can do about all of the light from folks living in these units. And by the way, I'm glad that folks would be living in these units. We are in the middle of a housing crisis. We desperately need the housing. It's not what this fight's about. All of that light coming down and hitting the American River Parkway, hitting the American River, hitting all of the fish, hitting the birds, hitting all the other critters. I'm not going to pretend that I understand the full magnitude of those impacts because I'm not a biological expert. But the biological experts we've spoken to are raising and waving red flags. The parkway has been protected for decades. We have somehow managed to preserve Sacramento's backyard for all this time. It is imperative that as we're starting to look at development along the parkway, we are doing it right. It is imperative that we're looking at development that is protecting this space and protecting our environmental values. As somebody that was born in Sacramento, as somebody who cares about the city and loves the city, I believe that we can get to and. This is not environment or development. This is about making sure we can get to that and. Noise is another one of these issues that I've been seeing so many red flags waved about from our expert community. If we look at all of the folks that are going to be living here, in the same way that we don't have the ability to control how folks are going to light their homes, and nor should we be thinking about how to control how folks light their homes, we're also looking at folks' patio backyards are going to be all along this building. There's going to be noise from that. There's going to be noise from all the folks doing what folks do when they live in a place. You know, having fun, being native Sacramentans, being folks who've come in from elsewhere. But that's going to have impacts on the environment, and because we're not way far back at the 150-foot line, we're 50 feet from the water's edge of this beautiful intact wilderness. That's where it's really important that we understand what the environmental impacts are. I'm not sitting here saying I know what they are. I'm asking all of you for the opportunity to do the environmental review so that we understand what those impacts are. Covered that already. Bird collisions. Look, I know this is a little cartoonish, but this is a little cartoonish to illustrate a point that this is a real problem. And even though, yes, I'll grant there have been steps that have been taken, and I applaud them to make sure that this set of buildings has been designed in a thoughtful way, we still don't understand the full extent of impacts. I haven't seen an expert analysis come out and say, oh, well, we can predict how many bird deaths are going to be here. It was said earlier, speculation and wishful thinking aren't evidence. Yeah, I agree. So we're asking all of you for the opportunity to turn questions into answers. I also want to talk about aesthetic and visual resources. Look, at the end of the day, this is Sacramento's Central Park. This is a beautiful intact wilderness. It's really important that we understand how that's going to change, because a lot of the folks that rely on this are folks for whom this is their escape. This is their backyard. We spent a lot of time talking about housing today. This is an example of it. I'll go ahead and skip this through. I know we're at the end of a long meeting, so I'll try and speed this along. Look, what we're ultimately proposing here is, let's take a page from Township 9. That was an example of a collaborative process where we were able to get to and, where developers and environmental folks were able to sit down at the same table and hammer all of this out. I've said it at previous hearings, I'm not interested in litigation, I'm interested in communication. I think this situation is still ripe for it, and I'll keep on saying that. We're concerned that what's been presented before is sort of, oh, this project is a take it or leave it in an ultimatum style manner. I'm a little concerned about that. If what we're talking about here is, look, an EIR can't happen in order for the project to move forward, that worries me a little bit, because if we're not even willing to take a look at what the different environmental impacts are, I'm uncomfortable with that. For heaven's sakes, at least let's do an initial study here. So we therefore respectfully ask the city to, one, find the project not exempt from CEQA, require at a minimum an initial study be conducted, and 3, implement a collaborative process. Very briefly, I'm not going to take a lot of everyone's time because I think we've covered most of the legal arguments pretty thoroughly here. But I'm happy to walk through, look, there are several elements that need to be met on PRC 21155.4. It has to be within a transit priority area, has to be undertaken in a way that's consistent with the underlying EIR and the River District specific plan in this case. Concerned that those 2 elements haven't been met. Very briefly, to address some of the concerns that have been raised about the transit priority area. Look, there are more than one element here. I'm going to go ahead and skip to the juice here. Look, there's 3 elements that need to be met under 21099A for something to qualify as a transit priority area. You need a stop that's existing or planned. You need a specific stop, and that stop needs to meet the requirements of section 21064.3. I agree. Speculation is not data. Wishful thinking is not data. We are looking for data, and we're still trying to find it. I want to emphasize that, let me go ahead and skip here. At the previous hearing, what we heard was this piece of paper, which has the word planned on it, meets that requirement. I hear that. My concern is this doesn't list specific stops, and these specific stops are very speculative out in the future. There was a second piece of paper that was brought in, and that piece of paper was this map. I see the dot. I see the dot is close to the project site. I get it. My concern is, one, this was obtained either from a Wikipedia article or two, a SACRT web article that's a little old and includes a disclaimer and context stating that this is a draft document. I understand dot on the map. I'm concerned that this does not rise to the level that when I was practicing in a state agency, I would allow my staff to move forward with and call it substantial evidence. I'll go ahead and skip this because I think we've covered this.
Yes, if you could wrap up, that'd be great.
Absolutely. So we've covered height. We've covered the rest of this already. At this point, I'm just going to come back and say thank you very much for all of your attention. Thank you very much for all of your thoughtfulness and your deliberation. And I'll let you get to it. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Thank you for the presentation. At this time, we will take public comment, and then we will move on to a rebuttal if the applicant chooses. So, Madam City Clerk, how many public commenters do we have?
Thank you, Vice Mayor. I have 12 speakers. The first is Greta Latchin, Roland Brady, Devin Strecker, Bob Hebian.
And please line up if you're able, and we'll get this moving along. Hi, welcome.
Thank you. You're all champions to hanging in there. My name is Greta Latchin. I am a member of the River District Board where this project will be. I would like to support the American River One project, but I still do not understand if there are mitigation measures that will make these buildings more bird safe, namely how the glass will be treated to make these buildings bird safe. We know that during the day, birds are drawn to glass that has reflections of the sky and trees in them, and they die when they collide with the windows. Most people aren't aware that birds migrate at night. And so when we're sleeping, they are being instinctively drawn to collide with lighted windows, and they will die. Because these proposed buildings would be in the Pacific Flyway, where there are massive bird migrations, there's potential for bird collisions. So the windows have to be treated in such a way so that they're not a threat to birds both day and night. So birds die in big numbers in the world. In the US alone, it's estimated that birds are killed in collisions at a rate of 100 million to 1 billion per year. Making birds safe for buildings has been done in Chicago, New York City, and Toronto. They all have building regulations to make windows bird safe. With this project, we do have a chance to protect what's precious for our city, our natural environment, and for our children and grandchildren. I believe that this project has made adjustments. For instance, they have made the buildings long and narrow facing the river. That is a good design move in my book, but I still don't understand quite how the windows are going to be treated. So I need to know more about that. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Roland Brady, and then Devin Stricker.
I think Roland had to leave.
Okay.
May I speak on behalf of Roland? He has one question. My name is Brenda Gustin. He says, I understand how it is in the short-term best interest of the developer to avoid a CEQA review, but how is it in the long-term best interest of the citizens of Sacramento to avoid the review? Thank you.
Thank you. Devin Strecker, then Bob Hebian.
Good evening. It's been a long day. Thank you for sticking in there. I had a bunch of stuff that I wanted to say, but I'm going to try to truncate it and just speak. First as the executive director of the River District, and then as a resident who lives across the street from the project site. So first of all, we just took over a year putting together our River District's strategic plan. This project conforms to pretty much everything within that plan. In fact, we show this project on the riverfront in the document. As Greta mentioned, we do have, we want to work with the developer to make sure that we're minimizing the impacts on the ecology. As I said or I didn't say this yet. I know the concern of the CEQA. So this project already conforms to two different plans that have EIRs, the River District specific plan and the general plan. So it already conforms to that. It's like what we were talking about earlier with the bulking, like if it conforms to a plan, why are we making it take longer and harder to approve a plan that already meets the requirements? Okay, as a resident who lives across the street from the site, I love the yellow-billed magpies. They're all up and down Burkett. They're on my property. We have 2 dog parks, and they're still there. This project will actually bring more native landscaping, trees, pollinator gardens to the site than currently exist. The site has already been developed. It was a commercial location with 2 different restaurants with many people moving in and out. And I think the biggest thing that has not been mentioned is that the I-5 freeway crosses the American River at this location. And if you want to talk about noise, pollution, light, that's the freeway. I've never walked by a building and heard a building be loud because people live in it. So just as a resident, I think we all know how important housing is and how much more we need, and why are we making this project more difficult than it needs to be when it already conforms to the policies and the documents that the city staff have already reviewed. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Bob Habian, Penelope Larry, and then Mary Tapple.
Thank you for the time tonight. I'm Bob Habian, a local architect, CEO of Tect and EarthSmart.com. My clients are manufacturers of building products. They're innovating all the time. I wanted to comment first on the formaldehyde emissions. There's a list of offender type product categories out there, the largest offender being MDF, or medium density fiberboard. The argument from their specialist is that the levels of formaldehyde expected on the project are unacceptable. But as you know, EPA, CARB Phase 2 Green Guard certification, and EPA TSCA Title VI are all broad measures to find mitigation. There are brand name products. Columbia Forest Products Pure Bond MDF is formaldehyde free. So the idea that there's this wild ambition to need to be more impactful than our biggest environmental groups can muster standards for is, I think, outrageous. I wear another hat. I manage a property on the middle fork of the American River. I was there this morning at the Tunnel Chute, Horseshoe Bar, and American Bar. And just this idea of environmental impacts as an architect and an environmentally minded owner of EarthSmart. If I want to enjoy an idyllic, quiet place on the river, it was just stated, I'm not going to come to the I-5, which is in the capital city of the most populated state in our nation, averaging 200,000 car trips a day, 73 million a year roughly. Of the 38 million residents of California, that means every single resident of this country, in essence, is traveling by this site twice a year. I think the impact of those cars and everything else combined, this is it keeps this actually as a very reasonable, compliant project.
Complete. Our next speaker is Penelope Larry, Mary Tapple, Richard Markison.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Mayor Pro Tem. My name is Penelope Larry, and I am honored to be speaking on this platform, particularly since my unsuccessful run to sit in the City Council seat for District 2. After a very enlightening experience, I returned to my consultant position as an asset manager. My office is in the River District, so I am very much interested in the development of the American River One project. The River District is a great place for this project, and why not? The city's longstanding goal is to revitalize the area, making it attractive and inviting for locals and visitors. A design that brings people to live at the riverfront increases attention and opportunities for greater use, which enhances safety when more people, more natural security of eyes and ears, prove that individuals near the river is beneficial, not harmful. American River One is the kind of project we need in our city so that kids and adults can enjoy all that Sacramento has to offer, and so that seniors can walk along the river holding hands and being in love in the city they love. It's time for the capital of California to have an urban river walk on the American River. These types of riverfronts are at the heart of cities' revitalization efforts, as we see throughout the country. As such, this project has the makings of injecting new life into our economy. The thoughtful planning behind American River One ensures a sustainable, equitable, and inclusive development, one that can help Sacramento reduce its budget deficit. We need to stop stopping projects that will help us make us better. Then I believe we will attract more developers, entrepreneurs, artists, families, and current residents will be proud of our city's growth. Abraham Maslow wrote, one can choose to go back toward safety or forward toward growth. Growth must be chosen again and again. Fear must be overcome again and again. To you all, I urge you to choose growth and vote in favor of this project, the American River One project. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mary, and then Richard.
Hello, members of the council. It's late. I'll make my comments real brief. I think we need a more thorough environmental impact report for this project. We do have migratory birds that use the Parkway corridor as a migration. We need to know more about that risk of that much glass. And also these very tall buildings are very, very close to the river. And before even the 3-story Rusty Duck restaurant was looming over the river, and these are very, very tall buildings, and they will have that effect too. And there needs to be a more general transition from the river, which it has its wildlife resources, to taller buildings. They need to be further back than 50 feet from the water's edge. And I think we all need to maintain our River Parkway as mainly a natural area, and we don't need to have huge buildings coming this close to it. And thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. I have 6 more speakers. Richard, then Betsy Wayland.
Good evening, Council. Richard Markison. I'm a 40-year resident of District 7. I represent the Western Electrical Contractors Association, and we don't typically show up at council meetings on development projects like this. But we came here tonight to support your city staff. We believe that they did an excellent job of evaluating both the law and the project, and agree with them that neither of the 2 appeals stand up to scrutiny. And you actually have 2 separate and distinct appeals before you tonight. You have one from a local environmental group that has concerns about the project, whether they rise to the level of demanding an environmental impact report. I think your staff has done an excellent job of doing that. The other appellant is, quite frankly, an environmental extortionist. I've tracked groups like this for the last 20 years and have watched them use the CEQA process in order to extract community benefit agreements or project labor agreements from project developers, simply to have a control over the workforce. That should be rejected out of hand. They first suggested that formaldehyde was the problem. When that didn't resonate, lo and behold, they found some birds that needed some protection. Thank you very much. We encourage you to adopt your staff's recommendations. Good night.
Thank you for your comments. Betsy Wayland, then Brenda Gustin, then Mark Berry.
Good evening, City Council. Thank you so much for your time this evening. My name is Betsy Wyland, and I have volunteered on the American River Parkway for the past 25 plus years. If I thought for 1 minute that the citizens of Sacramento, frankly of the region, of the state, of the nation, of the world, no longer believed in nor cared about the original intent of the American River Parkway, which was to provide a respite from the urban environment, a place for people to escape and find a contiguous 23-mile river and green belt in the middle of a sprawling urban area, I wouldn't be standing before you probably today. Or maybe I would, and I would be speaking for myself. We work hours every week with the people who come to the Parkway and need the Parkway. I don't want to defend the Parkway. I've done that for 30 years. What I want to say to you is, please, this project is not consistent with your adopted plan, the American River Parkway plan. It is not consistent with the Wild and Scenic River Act. It is not consistent with the American River Parkway Preservation Act, and there was not an environmental document produced for this project. Your own River District specific plan states that. That plan is not a project plan. It is a programmatic plan. It is programmatic, that they could not anticipate the projects at that time because there were many individual owners of the properties, and the projects would come forward
Thank you
at
for your
the
comments. Your
appropriate
time is
time,
complete.
and then they would be
Thank you
evaluated.
for your comments.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Brenda Guston, then Mark Berry, then Eric Christian, then Melissa Bradway will be our last speaker.
Good evening. Thank you for listening. I respectfully object to the proposed American River One project to build 787 market rate dwelling units along the river without an environmental impact report specific to this proposal, not the entire program. Your decision to knowingly exempt the current proposal from an EIR that will identify known and unknown impacts to recreation, climate change, and environmental justice is irresponsible, since the city is a signatory to the American River Parkway Plan, which explicitly applies to properties adjacent to the parkway, such as this proposal. The Parkway Plan is a written policy to ensure preservation of the naturalistic environment while providing limited developments to facilitate human enjoyment of the natural assets and ambiance of the parkway, and serves as the management plan for the federal and state wild and scenic river. This proposed development diminishes the value of the public's crown jewel for a select few and is an affront to values of social justice. According to the 2040 General Plan, the Central City has a large concentration of designated disadvantaged communities. These neighborhoods often don't have trees helping to clean the air. They come over to this area, and now this project is choosing to privatize it. American River One denies our collective critical need to access the river and parkway. This is not progress for the greater good, is contrary to the California 30 by 30 plan, and diminishes inroads of environmental justice. Please uphold your responsibility to preserve nature for the general public and keep the Lower American River designation as a wild and scenic river. Please support the...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Mark Berry. Following Mark is Eric, then Melissa.
Good evening. I'm Mark Berry. I've been president of a construction project management company here in the city of Sacramento since 1987. I'm also in the steering committee of a group called Preserve the American River. We have over 4,500 signatories in support of the American River Parkway, and they asked me to make a comment here tonight. We're not opposed to development or the modification of this development. What we'd like to see is consistency with the American River Parkway, the American River Parkway Plan. It is a unique American asset, the American River Parkway, and that puts you in a unique American position to really preserve something that the rest of Americans don't have. And so what we'd like you to consider is the fact that the exemption that's being used here is based upon a transit stop. But if you look, and the placement of a transit stop, but if you look at the June 13, 2024 SACOG letter, which appears to be the basis of this, that transit stop, although it's a segment of the green line, it still requires an effort for a draft EIS and an EIR. Furthermore, in that same document, it states that the project site is located in an area identified as a transit priority site. However, when you're looking at the documents that they reference, the transit plans of 2020, there is no specific location or specific reference to the location of that transit stop. And also noted in this is a map that says the map is subject to change based upon the environmental review process. So apparently the CEQA exemption is relying on the location of a transit stop that is.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is complete. Our next speaker is Eric Christian, then Melissa Bradway. We have 2 more speakers.
Good evening. My name is Eric Christian. I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Fair Employment and Construction. We're a statewide organization that was formed in Sacramento in 1998. And again, we are statewide. I often have friends that live outside of the state asking why California leads in just about every horrid metric that there is. Specifically in this case, cost of living, median housing costs, among other things. One reason for that is we're about 3 million homes short of what we should have as a state based on our population. Well, why are we 3 million homes short? Well, tonight's a perfect example of it. There are over 300 examples of this law firm playing cover for the laborers union, pretending to be environmentalists. These are modern-day Jacques Cousteau's, they would have you believe, that concerned about the environment, when in reality, all they really want are their workers working on the projects versus the 85% of the construction workforce that happens to not be their workers. That's what this is about. This is environmental extortion. This is this law firm going around extorting developers into doing something they want, using the environment as a cover for it. That's all you're dealing with today, and it happens around the state on a daily basis. It's one reason why California has almost a $950,000 median housing cost. $950,000. You know how many people in this state can afford that? About 20%. That's why the state's lost population for 4 consecutive years. 4 consecutive years of population growth decline because this type of extortion is going on whenever somebody tries to build housing units and other types of construction. So I just wanted to point out exactly, as you'll see on our website, phonyuniontreehuggers.com, we have 1,077 examples of this, of which this law firm has committed over 300 of these instances across the state. That's who you're dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Melissa Bradway is our final speaker on this item.
Hello, my name is Melissa Bradway, and I work for Rexmore Electric. We are a local electrical company that has been in this area and building for over 100 years. I'm asking you to reject the appeal of CEQA and support this project moving forward as is. I employ over 400 hardworking electricians that are mostly minorities that need these projects as a means to live and make a paycheck to support their family. I stand here and represent them because they are working out of town because it is almost impossible to build locally because of the abuse of CEQA. This is taking away opportunities from local workers that just want to go to work and work locally and make a living to support their family. The abuse of the system that takes away from local workforce and the housing crisis that we face in California is absolutely horrendous. What's happening here in Sacramento with the CEQA abuse is a serious issue. In a state grappling with severe housing crisis, this is not just inconvenient, but it's detrimental. You talked about earlier how important it is for housing in your area for people to access care in their community, how important it is to grow our neighborhoods. So I think you would also agree with me how important this project is for the local residents. California's construction needs have plummeted over the last 4 years, and it's due in part to these avoidable barriers and unnecessary rules and regulations implemented toward these developers. I am asking you again to support this project moving forward and let these owners and developers give the city what it needs to thrive. And if you want a real-life example, by not approving this project moving forward, myself and many other construction companies might have to lay off the minority, middle-class, blue-collar workers that want to work. It's real life and a true heartbreaking crisis that we have to endure on a daily basis.
Thank you for your comments.
Is that it, Madam City
Vice Mayor, I
Clerk?
have no more speakers.
All right. Well, thank you so much to everyone who came out to speak. At this time, I would like to invite the applicants back up if you would like to do a rebuttal. Welcome.
Thank you again, Sabrina Teller for the applicant. Just a couple of points that I wanted to touch on raised in the comments and in the appeals presentations. First of all, with our response to LIUNA's were comments on birds and potential bird impacts. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife data sheets that we submitted also describe habitat for the 3 species that their consultant mentioned observing on the site. And urbanized paved ground, which is the existing setting of this project site, is not the preferred habitat for any of those species. Secondly, I want to touch on the mention of the dog park. I want to note, for the record, the dog park is going to be 1,200 square feet, the size of a modest single-family home on a site of 3 acres, and it will be fenced. It cannot seriously be alleged that a fenced dog park of that size in an urban environment somehow significantly reduces wildlife habitat at the site. And then next, addressing Sarah's appeal, I want to correct Mr. Chalmers and other commenters' assertions about the placement of the project relative to the river. The building is a minimum of 20 feet from the toe of the levee. The podium is then the next built structure, and then you go another 20 or 30 feet deep into the building designs before you get any vertical glass edge. The levee itself is more than 20 feet wide and set back even further, and so the whole where project development starts is well more than 50 feet from the river, as has been asserted by some of the commenters. Sarah's main objection, and others, is the lack of site-specific comprehensive EIR level review for this project. But development of this kind and intensity was analyzed and assumed for this site in the River District EIR and in the specific plan in 2011. And the project is largely consistent with all of the assumptions and intensities envisioned for this site. And lastly, as much as Sarah would like every project near the river to undergo an exhaustive analysis, that's not what CEQA requires. The exemption and the streamlining tools employed by staff here exist for a reason, and it's to facilitate plan-consistent development, not to require endless review. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. At this time, I would like to open it up to my colleagues, and starting with Councilmember Valenzuela.
Thank you. This is in the deferred District 4, so the mayor and I drew straws, and I'm going first, since I've been up here since 11 a.m. All right. I want to thank everybody for, A, staying through a very long meeting, because this is one of our longer ones we've had of recent, and B, for your very thoughtful and passionate engagement on all sides of this. I always appreciate seeing people who care enough to show up and really argue for what you believe. I want to start by just qualitatively saying, I mean, I've been vocal in the past about my frustration about the way planning works in the city. A lot of projects never come to us for thorough review. There's a lot of things that prevent us from pulling projects up to look at them. I wish that was possible. I wish there was more affordable housing. I wish that all housing was built by union hands, right? I mean, I have a lot of things that I would love to see happen, but in this case, with this appeal, as it's been described to me by city staff, by the city attorney's office, we are in a very narrow box. I have got to be able to say that there have been substantial changes, substantial deviations, things that we did not know in 2011 that could have potentially changed the course of this project. And when I think about this, I mean, there's a lot that I've been looking at here. First, I appreciate the Township 9 example. I have to note, though, that that was done before the River District specific plan was approved. So this is not a totally relevant case. I mean, in the case of these building materials, I mean, the appellant yourself said, refer to them as common building materials. That's the direct quote. I typed it in as it was said. You know, this lot currently was 2 restaurants before they were demolished and a parking lot. I can't see any path forward, no matter which way you look at this from a 360, to find a substantial deviation from what was known in 2011 and what we know today is happening with this site. I can't find it. And so there is no other option here under the law. There is no other option here under city code but to deny the appeals and to allow the project to proceed as currently planned. So I'm looking at my notes to remember. Yeah, I mean, that was it. I was looking at the law. I've talked to the city attorney. I've talked to staff. You know, their conclusions are pretty clear. I mean, we can dispute over things like, you know, like whether or not the light rail is like it's in the transit plan right now. I mean, we can't, like, I can't find a legal angle to say it's not in the transit plan. I can't find an angle to say this isn't included in the specific plan. And with that EIR, there is absolutely no other path. There just isn't. So with that, I'm going to open and close the public hearing and move that we deny the 2 appeals on this project. Thank you.
All right, so we have a motion.
Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Vice Mayor, for running this hearing. Did a great job. I have some personal history and perspective on this. In 2013, I was the proud author of Senate Bill 743. And 743 was known as the King's Bill. It was the bill that, in part, prevented folks from Seattle from being able to use CEQA to stop the construction of the Golden One Center. But there was a lot more to the bill. And one of the key provisions was to allow a comprehensive environmental impact report for a specific plan to be the CEQA document, and then to allow projects to, the term we used was to tier off this specific plan and not have to go through a duplicative environmental impact process. And the reason for it was to encourage more housing, especially urban infill, because in the balance around the importance of CEQA, and CEQA is a very important and very good and great law, the feeling that back then, and I think it's still true today, is that there always must be a balance, and that regulation environmental review is important, but it also can be used and has been used as a way to stop good projects, sometimes where the environment is the core of the issue. Sometimes there are pretextual reasons. And I'm not imputing motive here at all. But what I do know is that this project has been reviewed under the California Environmental Quality Act through the specific plan. And that's the state law. And so I agree with Councilmember Valenzuela. It's our responsibility to follow the law and to deny the appeal and approve the project.
Do I take that as a second?
Oh, sure.
All right. So we've opened and closed the public hearing. We have a motion and a second. I see Councilmember Guerra.
Great. Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. Very eloquent from my colleagues here. I would also contend that, you know, when looking at this project as well, and I think it was very clearly identified the distance and whatnot from the levee of the project. But if, you know, for some of us that remember the Rusty Duck there, and back in high school, that used to be where everybody saved their money for prom night to go out for a fancy dinner. But if there is a place, you know, it's adjacent to a freeway. It's on the other side of the Discovery Park where there is concerts being had, and I think Megadeth is playing this time, or Iron Maiden. And you know, and it's not River Bend Park where I thought, you know, was very intrusive in an existing, you know, wetland. And but bottom line, when it comes to this appeal, those are all personal opinions about where they are. Bottom line, I think this appeal again, the staff has done their due diligence on making sure we meet that. And the fact is, we want those transit stops to be created in a place also where a community can have the benefit of recreation, the benefit of the environment, and also access to the central city and other places without having to drive. Like, that's the focus of this of a project like this. So appreciate the time, and here to support the motion.
All right, thank you very much. Do I have other comments from my colleagues? All right, seeing that, I think let's call the roll.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Councilmember Kaplan. Councilmember Tao. Mayor Pro Tem Talamontes.
Aye.
Councilmember Valenzuela.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Maple.
Aye.
Councilmember Guerra.
Aye.
Councilmember Jennings.
Yes.
Councilmember Vang. Mayor Steinberg.
Yes.
All right, that passes unanimously. The appeal is denied and the project moves forward, just for clarification, because yep, I got you. Okay. We'll just allow a moment for folks to file out here. Yeah. Do you have
While we wait, Madam Vice Mayor, I'll make a motion to extend past 9:30.
Oh, I have a motion to extend past 9:30. Do I have a second? Okay, we've got a second over here. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Abstain. Wait, one possible abstention. Just kidding. All right. Very good, very good. We continue on. Okay, with that, let me go to, so I know that we have several public commenters. I do want to make a quick statement while folks file out. For those who are here to speak on the proposed state of emergency around traffic safety, I just wanted to clarify for folks who are not aware that the proposal was submitted today. If you would like a copy of that, please reach out to my office, though I think we sent it to everyone who reached out via email. From a process standpoint, it's not going to be heard until the mayor and the city manager get together and figure out which committee it's going to go to. Then it will go to committee, but first we want to have a roundtable hearing with organizations and community members. So this is just the very, very beginning of the process, and just wanted to state that out for the folks who weren't aware of the process. And with that, Madam City Clerk, do we have members for public comment?
So I have 18 speakers. I'll read off a few names because I bet we've lost a few people. Ryan Misano, Dan Allison, Kiara Reed, Matt Anderson, Isaac Gonzalez.
Ryan Misano of MisanoNews.com. I honestly believe that all of you on the dais are doing the best you can with what you have. That said, the road to hell is paved with good intentions. Also, since we have such huge difference of opinions on so many items, it's wise to try to see why the other person thinks the way they do. I understand where a lot of the beliefs that many of you have come from, and that's not condescension because I once believed, as a lot of you do, in just the last 2 decades. I once believed racism was a problem in America. I once believed that police shooting black men was a serious problem. I once believed Israel was our ally and just supported... Why is my microphone off?
Your microphone is on.
I supported Obama in 2008 and Trump in 2016, and now I support neither party. I'm curious, have any of you considered why I believe the way I believe? Have any of you questioned that maybe what I'm saying is true and that your current beliefs are false? Does it bother you that not one of you have ever refuted any facts that I've stated, and yet you've interrupted dozens of times? You have 2 rules that are unconstitutional. One, you say that we aren't allowed to criticize individual council members, which defeats the purpose of the First Amendment, which was to allow citizens to criticize their government and individual elected officials. Also, you say that we cannot criticize individual employees. That makes no sense, as it's our tax dollars which pay their salaries, so we should have the ability to criticize any employee. Also, we need to discuss the local synagogues. The mayor and Ms. Kaplan are likable enough, and Ron Unz, Macau, and Benjamin Friedman are all good Jews, but we need to discuss that the Talmud is very problematic and that the synagogue they attend, that the mayor attends, has some subversive beliefs which are dangerous and unconstitutional. The synagogue you attend...
All right, point of order. Please state your point. No. Please keep your comments within the purview of City Council.
Your church that you attend is in the purview of City Council.
Please keep your comments.
It's relevant, ma'am. It's ma'am. If you don't like criticism of your church, don't go to your church. It's very simple.
Please direct your comments to the entire
The
council.
synagogue you attend is B'nai Israel, which supports criminal illegal immigration and the abomination of homosexuality. Find a new church.
Thank you for your comments. Next speaker is Dan Allison, then Ciara Reed.
Ciara.
Good evening.
Ciara.
Council members, Dan Allison, District 4. I am speaking about the emergency declaration for roadway safety. We have a public health crisis in this city. More people are dying from traffic violence than from other preventable causes, and we need to do something about it. So I want to appreciate that the 3 council members have brought a proposal, and it will move forward. I understand, as you said, it's just the first step. I want to comment specifically about the education component. I did education in the schools, pedestrian education for 2nd graders, bicyclist education for 4th and 5th graders. In all those cases, we taught them things and then we practiced it. That is the way education works. Public education of the sort that often happens on issues is not effective. Drivers know that they're violating the law, and they're encouraged to violate the law by our roadway design. So what we really need to fix is not drivers' attitudes. We need to fix our roadways so that we don't encourage them to violate the law. They're not unaware. They know they can't run red lights. They know they're supposed to yield to pedestrians. They're aware of all that already. We don't need to educate them. We need to fix our roadways to discourage them from doing the wrong thing. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kiara Reed, then Matt Anderson.
Good evening, council members. My name is Kiara Reed, resident of D5 and executive director of Civic Thread. First, I'd like to commend our Vice Mayor Maple's push to bring a state of emergency to this public health crisis. We need it, and we've long been advocating for it and have provided recommendations to council and to really anyone who will listen on how to address those issues alongside the many advocates that are here today. We submitted recommendations vetted by over 200 signatures just before this meeting. We also know that there's Active Transportation Commission recommendations that have been submitted before. I urge you to take those recommendations into consideration because I think the current set of recommendations doesn't encapsulate what we need to really get to the change that we need, especially since research overwhelmingly points to roadway design as the most effective measure to reduce fatalities and serious injuries resulting from traffic collisions. This should be the priority, roadway design. So as you're considering the implementation of the state of the emergency, I urge you to reject an increase in policing and prioritize equity, mobility, justice, and countermeasures that focus on physically changing the roadways as identified in the Vision Zero action plan. Additionally, police enforcement addresses only a symptom of the larger issue without addressing the root of what creates unsafe streets for all of us. I urge you to acknowledge and name the disproportionate impact of transportation-related harms on BIPOC community members. Remember, Black people are disproportionately killed on Sacramento roadways. I urge you to dedicate general funds to the Public Works Department to address street design flaws, safe routes to school programming in schools, complete streets, and speed management programs. The Vice Mayor's sentiment to double down on Vision Zero is only helpful with action and outcomes. Without funding and a real commitment to redesign roadways, we are asking for more injury and death. Thank you for hearing my comments. I look forward to working with you on this.
Thank you for your comments. Matt Anderson, then Isaac Gonzalez.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Matt Anderson, District 4. Echo what they both said, but I'm really here just to say thank you. I really appreciate that you called for this resolution. I think it's been a long time coming, overdue. I'm sure you read in the newspaper that traffic enforcement in Midtown, 55 citations. It averaged out to like 1 citation every 9 minutes. It's an intersection I walk regularly. That's terrifying as a pedestrian. So I just want to say thank you. I'm a victim of traffic violence. I know many people who are, and I really am glad that council is taking this seriously and thinking about funding. And I really hope that the mayor and the city manager can get together quickly and bring this forward and bring this back to the council for more public discussion and figuring out our next steps. So again, thank you, very much appreciated raising this up, and look forward to hearing more on this coming from the future.
Thank you for your comments. Isaac Gonzalez, Nancy Azevedo, then Sherry Martinez.
Good evening, council members. My name is Isaac Gonzalez. I'm the founder of Slow Down Sacramento and the vice chair of the Active Transportation Commission. And I want to express our community's gratitude as we witness a pivotal moment in our city's approach to the escalating crisis of vehicular violence. The proposed state of emergency is a clear sense of urgency and a critical step toward refining our streetscape to ensure the safety of all road users. We've all long advocated for the implementation of quick-built and tactical urbanism measures, strategies that can transform our environment rapidly and effectively. In fact, just a month ago, I stood here as the city lowered speed limits at 14 sites, emphasizing the importance of not only enacting new rules, but physically reshaping our streets to influence safer behaviors naturally around the clock without the need for constant law enforcement intervention. It's heartening to see that those methods are being recognized in the proposal as valuable solutions to combat the epidemic of traffic incidents that plagues our streets. As we move forward, Slow Down Sacramento members are committed to being active participants in shaping the discourse and how we best allocate our city resources. We aim to ensure that the strategies we endorse not only address immediate concerns, but also sustainable and impactful in the long term. And we commend the council for this bold initiative, but we recognize that the proposal still requires further refinement. We look forward to that discussion. We're particularly keen in ensuring that our community feedback is solicited and incorporated comprehensively. This will ensure that the nuances of each neighborhood and community's needs are addressed and the solutions implemented are truly reflective of all diverse needs. As we mark this significant moment, we want to reaffirm our commitment to transform our city into a safer, more inclusive community and look forward to those continued collaborations and earnest discussions about our shared vision for Sacramento and where our safety and well-being leads in regards to transportation policies. I want to thank Vice Mayor Maple, Mayor Steinberg, Councilmember Telemontes, and all of you and staff here tonight who I know are committed to this cause. We really want to consider the voices that cannot speak. The 130 people in Sacramento County have been killed this year, and the hundreds, if not thousands more, since Sacramento was founded. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Nancy Azevedo, Sherry Martinez, then Deborah Banks.
Good evening. My name is Nancy Azevedo. I'm here to advocate from District 2 regarding our bike trail and our parks. We know that that we talked about Measure L last week, which says that they're supposed to give money to the YPSI, to the parks, and to different nonprofits. And we're asking that you mainly give the majority of the money to YPSI to provide for our parks. We're looking at, I know there was roughly a $130 million deficit in deferred park maintenance throughout the city, and that each council person was going to get their information on how much was deferred in their areas. And I have no idea what ours is in District 2. I'm sure it's a lot because we know that Mama Mark's Park has not been finished. So where is that money? Johnston Park Community Center is vacant, and our bike trail looks like crap. So I know there's a lot of deferred money out there that this was has been put on the side. Measure L tax money is supposed to go to youngsters and underprivileged communities, which really hits District 2 hard, and also Oak Park, Meadowview. So we're asking that most of the money from Measure L goes to YPSI, goes to Parks and Youth Department. There was, I'm not sure where the money for why we're talking UBI, but 18 to 24-year-olds can also get some of this money from this Measure L, and those are adults, so we want to see
Thank you for
more
your
of it go
comments. Your
to
time is complete.
youngsters in parks.
Thank you. Sherry Martinez, Debbie Banks, Mark Harmon.
Hello, thank you. I was last here, May 21st. I spoke to you about Caleb Tallman striking me with his Escalade while I was riding my bike. Since then, the DA reached out to me, reassuring me that they would be pressing charges. His next court date is Thursday, September 19th at 8:30, Department 63. I ask for your support. Write a letter, call, and say that you're in support for justice for Sherry. It's been over a year since this man hit me. It took me and others going to the Board of Supervisors meeting and City Council in May for action to be taken. My faith in the justice system has been tested throughout this process, and I believe the Vision Zero plan is very important. However, how do you plan on accomplishing this if you're not going after people? I host 2 group bike rides, one serving the Del Paso Heights community and the other downtown. I'm on the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail quite regularly, and I am in my community. We have done 6 bike trail cleanups. I'm on the planning committee for the D2 Bike Fest and was given the task of reaching out to bicycle organizations for sponsorship. With the lack of support from very big name nonprofits, that kind of tested my faith in humanity. So now I had to go with the grassroots route and say, D2 needs you. We need sponsorship and we need help from the community. Anyone, we need bikes, we need people to come out and advocate for being safe, safer roads. And so here, I can give you the flyer since I couldn't put this up here.
That'd be great.
And I thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
And your consideration.
Thank you. If you'll give that to the clerk, we can make sure the council gets it. Next speaker is Debbie Banks, Mark Harmon, Julie Berry.
Good evening, everybody. I know it's really late. Mindy, I never go by Debbie, ever. Just thought I'd let y'all know.
Hi, Deb.
Thank you, Deb, Deborah, Doodles, many other names, never Debbie.
Thank you.
Thanks so much for hanging in there tonight. I'm not going to go into all the weeds about the declaration because it looks like we're going to be able to have chances to get together and get into the weeds and work out some details. But I am really thrilled that this is happening. I wrote a long letter that is in the, that I sent to all of you all, so you can take a look at some of the things that SABA has experienced about bringing forward. We know we need funding for programs and safety elements that will actually save lives, unlike a traditional education campaign and stepped-up law enforcement. Again, we can talk more about all of that later. I think mostly what I'm really thrilled about hearing is this renewed commitment to Vision Zero, which is great, but without funding, it's just fake promises. So we're hoping that the political will that is here right now, and we can move it forward. Let's move it from will to action and to leadership. Fund Vision Zero. Let's work together to figure out what's best for all of Sacramento so we can really mitigate the dangerousness of our streets. I know we can do it. We have the energy, and we can find some funding, we hope, because that's the key to this whole thing, funding. All right, you guys, thanks a lot.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Mark Harmon, Julie Berry, Henry Harry.
Hello, my name is Mark Harmon, and I live in Lamb Park, District 7. And I've lived there for 23 years, and I agree with this state of emergency that you guys are considering. And I just want to say, it's been a long night, so I'll just say that we need to design roadways that are safer, and we need to make a long-lasting impact. Putting Band-Aids on things just with education and just doing things quickly isn't going to solve the problem, because this is a pretty deep, intractable problem that we're trying to solve. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Julie Berry, Henry Harry, Michael Coleman.
Hi, my name is Julie Berry, and I'm a resident in District 7. I commend you for trying to address the vehicular violence epidemic in Sacramento. I'm a cyclist, a pedestrian, and a driver. As a multimodal citizen of Sacramento, I have experienced our unsafe streets from nearly every user's vantage point. I can't express how much I appreciate your urgency and foresight in considering an emergency declaration, because vehicular violence in our city is an emergency. We need fast, decisive action now, as well as long-term vision and planning to turn our grim statistics around. Communities know where the dangerous spots are in their neighborhoods. Implement cheap interventions, such as adding temporary road paint to create a crosswalk or a bike lane. Test these temporary strategies, see what works, what doesn't, and then iterate to make them better. Quick testing these ideas before committing to large-scale road investments helps us create better infrastructure in the long run. More importantly, these measures increase safety now without having to wait years to find funding for major road fixes. I again commend you for taking this epidemic of road violence so seriously, but let's not squander this opportunity. Instead, let's adopt urgent changes we need as quickly as possible. Embrace tactical urbanism as the cornerstone of the emergency declaration. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments, Henry Harry, then Michael Coleman.
Members of the council, forgive me because I have to change up what I had to say. I'm here to continue my comments about the 102 acres in Meadowview because I wanted you guys to dedicate it to the African-American community as part of a reparation package. My concern tonight is a news report from September 12th said that Councilmember Vang may have some ideas about bringing a proposal to this council as early as December. If I'm wrong about that, that's what it came across in the news. And I have concerns about that because I think that's moving fast before the rest of the community gets widespread knowledge about this opportunity. And if you bring something in December, it's going to be part of the Christmas holiday, a change of mayors, and everybody would be distracted. Now, I'm stopping there. I had so much more to say about that. I really hope you guys will listen to me on this. There was a gentleman here speaking earlier, and I know he comes down and makes some comments that I really don't like to hear. And you guys cut his microphone off. That guy looks like he's in the age where he could be drafted and have to go serve this country forcefully. You guys had a guy up here singing earlier. He's singing to you and singing to the crowd, but you won't let this guy say what he wants to say. Come on, guys, you took an oath to defend the Constitution. And I got to tell you, I might not like what that guy's saying, but come on, you got to give him his right to say it. And I don't like what he's saying. You got officers over here. They may have to go into the community and deal with someone who really doesn't like them and says all kinds of negative things about them. But they took an oath, so they still have to do their jobs, and you guys have to do yours.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Coleman, Mary Tapple, Michael Hutnick. Is Michael Coleman here? I don't see Michael, so Mary, then Michael Hutnick.
Hello, members of the council. Thank you so much. I know it's late. I just want to emphasize the Sacramento Northern Bike Trail still needs public safety, consistent supervision. We still have people trying to move back into it with tents, which have been used before to hide vicious and aggressive acting dogs, and also to hide weapons, even including loaded firearms. So we cannot have tents along the bikeway, particularly right at the edge of the asphalt. And also the proposal by some, or mentioning by some, that there might be a city lot use at Traction and Eleanor for a safe stay is also inappropriate because not only is it right near the bike trail, but it is also within about 2 blocks of where there's going to be a academy stay place for out transitioning foster youth, for supporting them to stay in community college programs and training in the trades. So we need that population to be served and not to have the enormous problems that come with the safe stay type of vehicular parking right at the very edge of our bike trail that we have so recently gotten back for the broader community's use as it needs to be. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Michael Hutnick, Robin Moore, Tyson Johnson. And I have 5 more slips.
Good evening. I am heartened to hear that there's going to be a broader conversation on this issue where more of the advocacy community and experts are brought into the conversation. Because my initial reaction to the announcement of the declaration of a state of emergency was a mixed bag. It's a very necessary move to be taken, but the policies that were presented in the initial social media communication were not in alignment with what the council has been given from, I'm sure, city staff, definitely from the Active Transportation Commission, and none of the advocacy organizations had been consulted before those policy recommendations or ideas were presented to the public. So I was encouraged at the very beginning, disappointed as I continued to read. I shared some of my thoughts in an email to you all last night, and I hope that we get to continue that conversation. To prime that conversation with some things that were not in my email, I'd like us to explore creative, low or no cost options such as changing signal timing, adjusting parking rates, and what spots are the overall parking supply that is subject to parking charges. I want to have a wide-ranging conversation with solutions, and definitely echoing some of the speakers that went before me, we need to focus on finding a means to fund these the efforts, the low-hanging fruit, not the $10 to $20 million projects that are definitely worth going after, but the ones that we can iterate on, the ones that can have an effect now. And so, yeah, like I said, really looking forward to the conversation, very heartened by this move, so thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Robin Moore, Tyson Johnson, Allie Dewar-Westbrook, and then Jerry Champa. I don't see Robin.
Robin's gone. Allie's right here.
Great. Tyson?
Tyrone?
Tyrone.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
It's been a long night. The letters are all kind of.
Everybody
Thank
needs
you very
to
much,
have better
and,
handwriting.
Pleasure to be here. The last time I was here, I talked to the mayor, and he had appointed me to talk to some gentlemen up here, and everyone thought I was in District 8, Ms. Malvine here. And then when I get home 2 days later, someone calls me and tells me, well, you're not in District 8, but you're in District 5 because there's a Mason-Dixie line on Center Park Way. One side of the street is 5th District, the other side is 8th District. So I was informed of that, and so I've been diligently trying to contact everyone, but I keep getting these recordings. And first of all, please, when your people call me, I am not a hero. I was issued a medal by the city of Sacramento, but I am not a hero. I'm just a man who done what was necessary at the time. And please, if you could refer to them, please. But I also work with UCP, and I just got hired with them, United Cerebral Palsy, and I'm working with autistic children. I got 15 children over in my complex, Warren kids that I'm working with, and I'm trying to find my city councilor so I can talk to her.
That's me. Hi. So I have my chief of staff, Ryan Brown, in the back here.
I
I know you.
make some arrangements or something, because I have some
Love that.
issues that need to be addressed, you know. The Midtown, I am also the Midtown gardener. I run the garden on 19th and O Street. I've been there for 4 years. And, oh, you drove by and seen me a couple of times, huh? Yeah. Okay, so that's where I'm at. I'm trying to be very productive in the city and making things happen. You know, so if I can talk to someone and let them know my projects. The school district just gave me a bunch of kids. They're coming out to the garden on Mondays, and they're going to be doing their thing and cleaning up. And I'm working with all these children. All of a sudden, I just got bombed with about 30 of them. But that's where I'm at.
Thank you for your comments. Your time
and
is
thank you very much
So
for having me.
Ryan's going to connect with you in the back there. He's the one raising his hand. And we would love to meet. Thank you.
Great, folks. Good night.
You too.
Two more speakers, Ally, then Jerry.
Welcome.
All right. Well, good evening, Vice Mayor Maple and council members. My name is Ally Dor Westbrook. I'm a resident of District 4, City of Sacramento Active Transportation Commissioner and Professional Transportation Planner. Over the weekend, I learned about Vice Mayor Maple's state of emergency proposal and was hopeful to see her and other council members acknowledging the unprecedented rise in traffic violence we've seen on our streets. I'm devastated we have to do this in the first place, but it's absolutely the right thing to do if it results in swift action by the city. The proposal as currently written does not quite meet the mark, however. The ATC has already provided recommendations to City Council this year in our Active Transportation Commission 2023 annual report. As you may recall, public information campaigns and increased police enforcement were not within our recommendations because we know they only address the symptom, not the root of the problem. The city needs to dedicate general funds in the budget to address our inadequate transportation infrastructure and build more complete streets. The city should also fund a quick build program along high injury networks and at locations where pedestrian and cyclist fatalities have occurred. This will go a long way in reducing future fatalities. And I know it's been said several times before that this is just the beginning of the conversation. So I look forward to working with you all to refine this proposal in the coming months. Thank you for your time.
Thanks so much.
Thank you for your comments. Jerry Champa is our final speaker.
Welcome.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Champ. I'm a Sacramento resident since about 1990. I now live in Land Park. I'm a member of Slow Down Sacramento and a member of a coalition of traffic safety advocates who live in several residential neighborhoods across 3 council districts. First, I want to thank you for not deferring our traffic safety crisis to the long-awaited update of the city's Vision Zero plan. I also want to express thanks and appreciation to all council members who are actively pursuing what could become a quick response safety program as a solution for the city's traffic safety epidemic. I want to share a couple things with you now. The proposed emphasis on intersections is logical and essential because about 2/3 of all severe crash types occur at intersections. Also, there are relatively new intersection safety fixes available today, which can be installed quickly. That's in less than a week, and for a tiny fraction of the funding needed for major corridor projects. The emphasis on ped fatalities is warranted, but the city's approach needs to consider all people who have been killed or severely injured at and near intersections. One of the reasons is that many cities and counties compete for safety grant funding, and it's much easier to obtain funding when a grant application proposes improvements where a greater number of people have been killed and severely injured. It's the best way to get the most money. My second message concerned which solutions. Should go without saying that it's prudent to utilize the most effective and cost-effective safety improvement strategies that are available today. This approach should produce the greatest reduction in severe crashes, regardless of how much we invest. The good news, Caltrans and the FHWA have already identified the best infrastructure improvement strategies. These agencies have published and updated a list of what they call proven safety countermeasures. It may surprise you to learn that traffic signals and always stop signs are not among the list of proven safety countermeasures. What is the modern roundabout, to be continued. It's National Roundabout Week. Thank you.
Thank you. It is National Roundabout Week. I did not know that, so I'm excited to hear that. All right, thank you, Madam City Clerk. And thank you again to everyone who came out. I'm really looking forward to continuing the conversation, roundtable, obviously having everyone at the table. This is just the beginning. There's a lot to come, and so looking forward to that. And really want to also quickly acknowledge that, while this is coming from three of us up here as a proposal, every single member of this dais has made comments and suggested really good ideas as it relates to pedestrian and traffic safety, and I really want to acknowledge that. Every person up here cares deeply about it, and Councilmember Valenzuela is often talking about quick build, and we've got a lot going on here. And then lastly, on funding, I can't talk too much about it in combination with the proposal, but it is something being discussed along with the mayor, and so we'll bring you up to speed on that as well. So thank you. Okay, council comments, questions, AB 1234 reports. Councilmember Guerra.
Nothing. I just no new reports other than to wish today my little sister happy birthday, feliz cumpleaños, carnalita, and thanks everyone for a long day today.
Yeah, very happy birthday indeed, Councilmember Vang.
I know it's late, but I'm going to just put this on record because I think we had a gentleman that came to speak about the 102 acres, and we'll make sure to reach out to him. But just letting you know that in addition to the 7 listening session we did about a year and a half ago, as we're getting closer to this fall for staff's recommendation on 102 acres, we're holding advocacy session throughout the district. We did one last week, and then we have another one next week, Luther Burbank, September 25th from 6 to 7:30. So really encouraging folks to come out there to help shape the future of the 102 acres. And then we'll have the 102 acres youth-led advocacy session, which is happening October 9th at Luther Burbank, and then we're having a roundtable advocacy session with developers, activists, and urban planners on October 21st. So lots of opportunities for the community to be engaged in the process. Also just wanted to announce that this Saturday we are fixing up about 30 homes, cleaning the front yards, repainting addresses. This is the Dorothy May Good Deeds Day in Detroit neighborhood. And so we have 17 homes already signed up. And if your house, if you're watching this and you're a senior and you live in South Sacramento, or if you're not even a senior, but you're a renter and you're a homeowner and you need support with doing your front lawn, painting your house, please let us know. Phone number is 916-808-7008. Let us know. We have a few more slots left to support homeowners or tenants living in the Detroit neighborhood for this Saturday. That's it.
Excellent. I only have about 20 different, just kidding. Seeing nothing else to come before the council, we are adjourned at 9:56 p.m. Woo!